We are live. It is Sunday, October 1st. If you're watching on YouTube, timestamps will be below in the descriptions for the readings that you're drawn to. And we're just going to hang out while people show up. So I'm looking forward to what comes through today, and may what's for the highest good occur, of course, for all involved. And we are just going to hang out. But we might as well flip the camera while we're here. Ooh, happy October, Jessica. How are you doing? We did indeed just start, Tanya. Hey, Casey. Hey, Crystal Cali Music. Good to see ya. Hope you are rocking it in the world. Good. Just finished your monthly membership channel, actually. Oh, that's awesome. I hope it helped and did all that was for that good for it to do, of course. Hey, Lena, good to see you. Robin Rose, good afternoon. Marina, hey, how are you doing? Sarah C's, hi, been a wild week. I feel ya. I hear you on that one. Whew, things are just gonna keep shifting is what I hear, just in general. But it will get better. I actually am kind of feeling like and getting there's like a lightening of the energies in October, especially like the latter half of October, and like through November, maybe even December, January, February is what I'm getting. It might not be right away is what I'm getting, but we are due for a lightening is what I'm getting. And that's Lighthtening, not Lighthtning. Just in case you were, and hopefully I spelled those right, but excellent week, high vibrations, perfect, Marina. Super glad to hear it. Super glad to hear it. How's it get even better than that? Boop, boop. Yeah, I'm just getting things are meant to lighten up. And it's funny because, you know, at least in the Northern Hemisphere, it's autumn. It's like the fall season. And so we kind of think of fall as, I mean, we think of fall as many things, but you have the leaves falling away. And the word fall is kind of a weird, you know, word to use in some ways for a whole season to me, except for the leaves falling, I guess. But what I'm getting is it's like heaviness falling away. Even like burdens lifting, which is really good. And I'm not promising all your problems are going to leave, though. Let's not limit it, and let's not say that can't happen. I'm just, you know, take it as it resonates and all that, but that's what I'm getting for just kind of the next couple months for starters here. For some reason, while everyone's kind of showing up here and we're starting out here, they just wanted to segue into that here. Actually, they would like to do like a whole autumn reading. So before we do it will be a collective reading, I suppose, for everyone who shows up here, but it's just going to be an autumn special, I suppose. For, hey, Andy Pandy Pie, how's it going? Oh, excuse me. So I suppose we're going to do an autumn reading for the next few months. If you're in the Southern Hemisphere, that'll be a spring reading, I suppose, but like October, November, December, maybe some, you know, onwards as well. And I might do a different thing for that as well and post that elsewhere, but we'll see. I'm not going to put pressure on that. We'll see what I'm guided to do with all that. But before we do the collective reading, let's do an autumn special. I don't have a sign for that, but I might just say hello to some more people here, and then we'll start that here. Or not. Maybe I'll just start it now. So, hey, Jenna, I'm doing well. How are you doing? It's good to see you too, Sabrina Robson. I hope you're doing great. Annie M. O. Canada, good to see you. Listen, Lindell, hey. Jessica Johnston, hey, good to see you. Melissa, good to see you as well. How are you doing? Blessings to all of you, of course. I don't know why I want to say that. The shirt is very autumn. Yeah, I could see that. It has the autumn colors kind of going on with like the kind of the greenish, plants and the orange and stuff. And then I don't know if you can see it, but there's dragons on it too. Just the microphone gets in the way of my shirts sometimes. Hey, Jenna, good to see you. So, if you just showed up, we're going to do like an autumn special for starters. So I'm going to flow with the channel messages coming through on autumn season coming up here. If you're in the Southern Hemisphere, it's going to be spring. So October, November, December, and potentially onwards as well. And this is meant to be for you whenever you're seeing it as far as the autumn season. But, if you're seeing it live or on YouTube, it doesn't matter. And it's just meant to be for everyone who sees it is my intention. So if you're here, you're part of that collective that's going to be, I suppose it's your reading for autumn or one of your readings for autumn or something like that. So we're going to start here. We already started with some of the messages while I was just kind of saying hello to everybody who was showing up here and hanging out for a second, where there is like a lightening of the energies in autumn in the next few months here. So you might have like certain burdens lifting. You might even, like, another message I'm getting in particular is like certain relationships that have been troubling you leaving you, or maybe even certain like thought patterns, beliefs, worries even is something I'm getting. Like it's time for all that to fall away. Kind of no pun intended, but maybe very much pun intended. And that's one of the major themes, even with like the next eclipse coming up here in October, in some of the shifts and changes happening, because things are going to keep shifting. As I'm getting that message, things are going to keep shifting. They're showing like a leaf swirling around and some other visuals. They're showing like a dragon, like an Eastern style dragon, kind of like on my shirt right here, like swirling in a circle. They're showing me the numbers, like 360, like a 360 degree. There's a little degree sign next to it as well. So certain things are going to be coming full circle. And so by full circle, you can also think of it as a spiral as well, not like a weird, bad downward spiral. Don't jump ahead if any of you did. But what they kind of mean with things coming full circle here in the autumn, there could be cycles you started years ago, or maybe even just recently for some of you as well, that kind of come to a head, and it's either time to continue that cycle and go higher with it, or end that cycle, make a break, and start something new. So I'm going to ask them for some examples here. The first example would be like, and this is an example, a relationship that goes higher. So maybe you started dating someone a few years back and it's kind of come to a full circle point where it's like, okay, now we get engaged, would be like a spiral up. Like maybe you kind of hit this new beginning with this person, or maybe you move in together, or, move somewhere else together. There's a couple different things kind of popping in with that. Conversely, maybe you started a job and now it's time to leave. Like you're starting to see some patterns unveil themselves, or some truths in like the people around you. And you're like, okay, I can't continue this cycle with this work thing. I've got to make a break for it and figure something else out. And the opportunity comes in October, or perhaps in the autumn, next, October, November, December, to do that and make a break. Or I'm also getting like go higher in a venture you've already started and have been working on, or start something else that becomes successful if it's time to break away from something. So with the things coming full circle, it's kind of about cycles ending, or continuing on a higher path, but it's breaking away from the old nonetheless, because it's a new pattern, even if it's similar or involves some of the same people and situations, if that makes sense. Next thing they'd like to get for October, November, December, this kind of autumn season, is, let me see what they'd like to get to. They are showing dragons again, like dragons are really showing up here, but it's like Western style dragons. And this might not be surprising. We've been getting messages, or I've been getting messages, about like things shifting a lot, just very consistently for, but it's about paths shifting, but it's in very divinely guided directions. So this kind of, Okay, here's what they're saying. Especially if you've like panicked and made certain like panic decisions, or like hit the panic button and just like ejected yourself out of a situation recently, or even in the summer months, or like made a panic call to like move somewhere, or get away from something, or start something new, or start something to make money because you were worried about money, or something like that. There's a lot that's being divinely rectified, so rectified by your spirit guides, the universe, source, on the correct path, where maybe some of you jetted in the wrong direction, or made some like panic calls is something I'm getting for maybe about half of you is what I'm getting, or a certain number of you. For others, there's just a divine plan coming in more strongly because the collective is ready for some of the new things you're meant to do that maybe were always part of your divine plan and just like hasn't been time yet, or like the energies haven't been right, but it's like time for certain things to birth or come into your world that are like ready for you, or you're ready to go down certain ventures. So with all that, it's kind of like divinely orchestrated shifts in your life. And the other thing is like there were like these Western style dragons like lining either side of what was symbolizing the path ahead, your path ahead. And one of the things, and there were like a bunch of them, and it was for the highest good. What I'm getting to say right now is dragons always work for the highest good. So I don't know who needs to hear that, but I don't know who's afraid of dragons out there, but or something. Not trying to call you out, but beep beep boop. Don't mind my beep boops. It's for fun. Dragons symbolize divine protection. It's, again, this is of the true highest light. It also symbolizes the light coming down to protect you, is what I'm getting right now for this reading, for you. And if you think of a path lined with dragons, and they were like bunched together, it wasn't like there was a dragon every 100 feet. It's like nothing's really getting past that. Like nothing's really messing with that. Like how many people are going to like come attack a horde of dragons and try to mess with that? Like not anyone smart. Not anyone probably. So these path shifts are just like meant to happen. It's like hard to mess with. And again, like it is also symbolizing that it's very divinely governed. It's not just like random or anything like that. It's like a horde of dragons like, hey, you need to go this way. Like follow this curve along the path. Take the left path. We're not going to let you take the right path because that leads to destruction. You don't need more of that. Let's go left here. So, it's not like you won't have no choice in your life. It just, you're going to be very divinely shepherded is what I'm getting for this crowd who's seeing this for October, November, December, and potentially onwards as well here. The other message is like everything's going higher. You're being led higher. Your path is being led higher. You might have had some lower experiences and you want to like fight me on, or you are fighting me on this right now as I'm saying this. I just felt like a little bit of an energetic like resistance or tug as I said that, where someone was, and I don't know. Anyways, I'm just going to get back to the messages they'd like to bring through for you on that. So let me sit with it for a second. I need to correct something I just said. So let me ask them to correct it here. I don't think that was a tug of resistance from someone. What I'm getting is that might have been a tug of someone who's upset about what I said for whatever reason, maybe just based on some personal experiences or loss. And my condolences is what I'd say. But it doesn't mean it's not true in a broader sense, in a higher realms perspective, or in the future as things progress. So let's move forward here. So things going higher here. There's a lot that's been worked out of your system this year for all of you, is what I'm getting. A lot of ideas that have been worked out of your head that don't work or are kind of old world thinking. Like what I'm getting is a lot of old world things that need to be squeezed out. By old world, it's like, if you think of like, if I'm going to use an ascension kind of analogy or example, if you think of like 3D versus 5D is the common one people say. Or if you think of like the old world as like very competitive and survival based and maybe even like cutthroat in some ways. Not always, of course. There were definitely good people back in the day or whatever and all that, but there were probably examples of higher dimensional reality back then too. It's not like they were all like limited to 3D or anything like that. Like we don't need to get into all those stories or anything weird like that. But what I'm trying to get to, and let me see what they'd like to say to clarify all this here. just know you've had that squeezed out of you. You're ready to go higher. Like paths are being drawn higher like this autumn. And that's kind of what this 360-degree message we got was, kind of what the full circle message was that we got with things kind of going higher or breaking away from patterns, kind of what that, even those path shifts could pertain to as well, or be interlinked with at least slightly. That might also just be something you need, by the way, those path shifts. But the message is like things are going to change in a higher way, in a more aligned way, because of what you've worked out of your system, either because of challenges you've gone through this year or like the past couple, or what's been squeezed out energetically, or maybe even physically out of your life as well. Like I'm hearing in the summer for some reason, but it could have been before that. So I hesitate to say this, but when things go higher, there can be more like ease. There can be more just like divine guidance. There can be more ease with divine guidance. So you might find, what I'm hearing, which is cool, is like you might find certain things are just magically working out in the autumn, if not a lot of different things. I don't want to limit it. Maybe it could be everything, but at least certain things. And what I'm also hearing is like you're probably going to be more likely to find your calling or callings, or things that are meant to be a part of your callings or purpose going forward, even if it's a segue to a bigger purpose from the path you're on now. So regardless of what you believe of all that, I would just know that in some ways, like the energies, the vibrations, the collective, and you are being brought higher, and you're meant to, no matter what the world looks like outside of you, or what your judgments of what that might look like might be. Or what I'm hearing is the judgments of, they said it to me in like a weird third person way, but the judgments of what we might mean. And by we, I mean what my spirit guides, angel source. So let's move on here. I feel like I've been like talking in a bit of a loop or something on that. So let's move on here. Not really, but let's see what they'd like to get to next here. One message as well for just this autumn season coming up here, potentially beyond, is like they're showing this, and before you jump to conclusions on this, let me explain this. They showed this like repatterning. It looked kind of digital almost, because it was like things looked one way, and then it kind of got like pixelated, and the pixels started changing, and it kind of like transformed into looking like completely different. And it was almost like reminded me of like a video game where like you level up and you change worlds, and the world like map looks completely different because you're in a completely different area. Like Mario, you know, like if you think of the old Mario games where you'd be like in the desert world, and then it would like, and you'd like beat it, and then it would turn into water world or something like that. Not the movie, probably, but joking, of course. Not joking that it won't. Not joking that it won't turn into Waterworld, but joking, mentioning the movie. You probably didn't need me to explain that. Let's move on. What they're saying as the explanation for this is things are becoming more quantum or beyond. I get that things go beyond quantum. I've heard some people say like, oh, things only go up to the quantum and then that's it. I'm like, that's not what I get. If you think of things going all the way to source, potentially is a way to think about it. I don't know if that's the whole truth or the full detailed explanation of all things, by the way, but I don't personally limit it to the quantum. I feel it goes beyond that. I don't think you need that explanation, but things are becoming more quantum, so things can shift much more quickly. And the ability for things to shift quickly is rising. I think I've been saying this a lot, and that's okay. You just might need that reminder, or new people are joining on and they need to hear it or whatever. So don't discount how quickly things can shift. Again, I'm not promising all your problems are going to go away tomorrow with all that, or I'm not going to say it can't happen again or limit it, but where are we going with this? Just know that possibility is rising, and you might be, there's a couple things I want to say, but I want to make sure I get the words out right. You might be used to things changing very slowly and very linearly, and it might stop being like that, where it's like things kind of start shifting on a dime, at least sometimes, instead of like, oh, I'm going to slowly climb the corporate ladder one step at a time over the next 25 years. It might be more like, oh, and this is an example, I just rocketed to CEO of this other company, or, oh, I just started my own business and I took off. I'm like, oh my God, this is a completely different reality. Or maybe you just end up leaving, as an example, by the way, leaving a relationship, moving, across town or to a different country, to a different place. And it's like life is just completely different, like right away. Like all these things that were kind of anchor points for you just aren't holding you back anymore, energetically, maybe, or physically. So I know this is a common theme, but just know that possibility for change is rising, not going away. As we're shifting into higher realms, as things are playing out and things are becoming more quantum in a really beautiful way where possibilities are rising, not diminishing. Even if it doesn't seem that way in certain ways in the physical, like you'll see what they mean by this. Okay, next thing they'd like to get to here, they're showing me sand, and then they're kind of moving it into the sands of time, like a sand dial, like turning it over. And the sands of time are kind of like running in this sand dial here. So let me see what's up with the sand dial and the sands here. Here's a weird message. I'm not sure what, well, they'll clarify it, but I'm hearing that time is like shifting and the way we interact with time is shifting. There's a couple things they're showing me to explain what they mean by this. And there's a couple different ways this is going to happen. I remember watching, I believe it was like another person or channeler, and Lee Harris, and he was talking about like how as like time shifts or as we move forward, people are going to stop being as like past focused, and then they're going to shift to more like present and like future focused. And he had a whole explanation for this, and they might go further into this or say something different, but that's one of the things they're kind of talking about, where people are not living in the past as much, like looking at the past as like reference for their present as much. And they're, what I'm getting is people are going to start to shift like this month is what I heard, but you might start to see the shift a bit more where you're getting more information about the future, especially if you're working on your intuition, channeling and things like that. Or you're just more present. One thing I found that's happened as I've gone on my journey is there are a lot of times where I'm just kind of, not in a bad way, by the way. It's not like my past disappeared and I never think about the past, but I'm just more like here, here and now. Of course, I get messages about the future and things like that, but things will happen like last week, 2 weeks ago, and I'll just kind of like, not like forget about them, but it's not like I'm living in that still. I'm in the moment. I'm in a new moment. It's completely different. And then someone will be like, oh, do you remember like that joke you said like 2 weeks ago? I'm like, no. It'll jog my memory or something, but I'm not like, I don't know if you'll understand what I'm saying, but I'm not like dwelling in the past as much. And sure, sometimes things come up to be examined, to be released. Sometimes those embarrassing memories come up and I'm like, oh my God, I can't believe I said that when I was 12 or, still like that to either be healed or to, whatever needs to happen with that, to let go of that, to work through that, or whatever. And you might find you're becoming more present or shifting your relationship with time. This could also be very literal and like pragmatic, where it's like maybe you're doing time management and you feel like time's more on your side instead of always against you, or you're shifting your perspective on time, and that shifts your relationship with time, and you're no longer like afraid of time passing or growing old or things like that. So in some ways, like the relationship with time is healing is something I'm getting. But people are also just learning to work with time in a better way. It could even be on a metaphysical standpoint. They don't want me to get too far into this. They're kind of giving me a heads up, like, warning, don't get too far into this. I know there are people who work with like bending time, and I don't know if controlling time is the right word, but that's something you can potentially do. Not totally for some of you that might be what they're talking about, but it's not totally what they're talking about for all of you. It's more like, okay, here's another way to look at it as well. And I know this is kind of a weird meandering topic, bear with me. Humanity is going to be a bit above time more, as humanity ascends is what I'm hearing, which sounds weird and ungrounded, but bear with me. One thing I've encountered is like, that can be a very energetic experience. It doesn't have to be all the time like, I was going to meditate for 5 minutes, but somehow I did my 5-minute meditation in 2 minutes. Like, it doesn't have to be things like that. It can be more like, if you've ever set the intention, like to step outside of time and feel like timelessness and like be in that, like it's a very energetic experience. And you can do that. Well, what's the best way to do that? if you know, like if you've tried that, or if you try it now and you feel that energetic shift and you're like, whoa, like it's just very different. That's going to be happening more, is something I'm getting, either on energetic levels or on different levels. And maybe this just isn't going to make a ton of sense until you see what happens in the next, 3 months. And you're like, oh, I get what he was talking about with the time thing now. But, humans might either have a bit more control over time in some way, or you might learn some type of metaphysical thing to help with that, or your relationship with time heals. You're better at time management. There's like a little bit of a different layering with this, or you're just having a better energetic experience of time in some way. And they're like, perfect, let's move on. So hope that makes sense. It's kind of a weird message about how time is shifting and humanity's getting better with time. Maybe instead of being at the whim of it. I don't know what that means, but hopefully that makes sense to you in your world in somehow, some way, or it will going forward. So one of the last things, for me, it's not famous last words, but I'll say it's one of the last messages, and then like 25 more like messages come in. I'm like, ah. But one of the next maybe last messages, and this is for anyone just tuning in, this is a reading on like autumn, October, November, December, so spring in the Southern Hemisphere. It's like an autumn special that they're throwing in here. And what else is going on with autumn for you guys? What's next? They're showing the snake. And it's actually Kundalini is where they're going with this snake. So that's interesting. So there is a lot of Kundalini energy rising. A lot of you might be encountering that, or encountering certain energetics that like inspire that. It doesn't mean you're going to have a full-blown Kundalini awakening. You're going to be laid out in bed in the hospital, having visions and flashbacks or whatever. I don't know. It could be a bit more mild. It doesn't have to be like extreme motorsports edition Kundalini awakening, or that was a terrible joke. Whatever. But I'm hearing that energy is rising, and it's like a return of life force to the collective, or it's like humanity kind of needs a boost, or at least this crowd needs a boost. So Source might be bringing the energetics that inspire that and cause your Kundalini to rise, or you might be having some potent energetic experiences or downloads, or maybe even in your dreams that you're getting that like inspire your Kundalini. And it's also a bit of a clearing that's happening to awaken you further. And make sure you're ready for your path ahead, no matter what that looks like, whether that is going to be, and I'm not putting this on you, but challenges, or that's going to be ease, or that's going to be, oh, you're going to be a teacher, but you need this clearing of like this, at least the lower 3 chakras as your Kundalini rises, and maybe the rest is good. It's just going to flow from there, no issues, but you need that clear to be an effective teacher in some way, or be more grounded to help the people in your community or people you're serving through your social media, job, around you, whatever. Friends, clients. So it's a clearing and it's a rise of life force, and it's paving the way for a higher reality is what I'm getting. So that's really cool. Just kind of hang in there. Make sure your self-care is involved here. And because I was getting and am getting still that this is going to be like a lightening of the energetics, going forward as well. I don't think this is going to be terrible. That this might even, collude's not the right word. I wanted to say like the Kundalini thing might collude with that, but that doesn't make sense as a word for this. But coincide, or might work together somehow, even if that doesn't make a lot of sense, in some ways. It might make sense as it happens, or maybe you have a clearing with the Kundalini thing and like the burdens lift. So this is going to be to varying degrees for each of you. Again, might not be a full-blown, like crazy wild ride Kundalini awakening. It might be like, here's the next step for you. Here's Source taking you to the next level, etc. And I really am getting this message. You all have a new path, and it could be an addition to your path right now. It could be a big swerve where it's like you're going one way and it's like, just to avoid you going off a cliff, or, metaphorically, or something like that. I don't know why they're showing me the Dukes of Hazzard right now. I don't know if I've never really watched that show, or if there's a movie. I haven't really seen that much either. I just know there's an orange car, and there's a dude, and then there's a blonde girl, and then there's this car that jumps a lot, and and jumps over rivers and escapes police or whatever. That's that's my Cliff Notes version of the Dukes of Hazzard. So if there's more of a message with that, could be a sign for some of you. It could also be a sign that I'm getting right now as an additional message. Like for some of you, like, oh, you're going to make it. Like if there's a leap of faith or a jump, like, oh, you're going to make it. Like you're going to be fine. Or you're not going to, I don't know why I'm hearing you're not going to total your car. I don't know what's up with that, but may or may not make sense. That's okay. Next thing they'd like to get into, there's just a few more things for this autumn special that they're throwing into the live here. So next few months, they're showing this fruit roll up. It's the rainbow flavor. I know that shows up in reading sometimes. I just go with, I've learned that whether they show it in every reading for the next 10 readings or every year or every 5 years, I should just trust what they're showing me and the message they're giving me. I think in some ways when they showed me a symbol like over and over again for different readings, they were kind of training me to let go and trust. Because, sometimes they'd be like, are you sure you showed me that yesterday? You showed me that last week. But whatever. With this fruit roll up showing up here, if things have been a little bit loose for you, pardon me, if things have been a little bit loose for you, like things are going to be like tightened up. So here's the example they're showing me. Like maybe you've had like a period of time where like you've manifest something and it might show up tomorrow, might show up in 10 years. I don't know. It's kind of like ordering for what's the package delivery service that that everyone makes fun of for being really loose. Like might show up tomorrow, might show up in next year, might be on your lawn, might be in your backyard, might be in the next door house, might be across town. We don't know. But I think it was FedEx, but I could be wrong. And I don't want to slander FedEx here. I haven't really had any issues with them personally. So, but maybe things have been a bit loose and you're like, I've been manifesting this, but it's kind of been like, I got this loose thing over here that kind of fits. That wasn't the right description. Or it's just like, I don't know when it's showing up. It's kind of like the way things are working for you might be tightened up where Spirit's running a tighter ship for you. Like you ask for something, it's going to show up like clockwork, or like you're working towards things, you're actually kind of getting results in a timely manner in certain areas instead of like, might show up next year, might show up in 10, not sure. And maybe you felt a little bit loose in the way you're operating in the world or showing up for others. And it's time for you to kind of clean up the act a little bit is what I'm hearing. It's time for you to run a tighter ship, and Spirit's going to be helping you whip things into shape for yourself, even if it's just like self-care, your daily routines and maintenance for yourself so you can show up better in the world or for others, whether it's family or friends or your work, business, even your job. So things are going to be tightening up where things have been very like loose or like lackadaisical, and that's a good thing. Is it's going to allow you to go higher, go further, and it's going to allow you to handle things better. The other example they're showing me is a car with loose handling, or if you ever played, okay, I don't know why Mario Kart's showing up as an example where like sometimes you have like the handling meter is like your stats for your cart or your character. And you could have like really good handling or really bad handling. It's like you turn and it's just like, it's like steering like a gigantic battleship or cruise liner where it's just like, you might turn today, might turn next week. But, or if you've ever driven like a car with loose steering and it kind of like, I have had some treacherous situations like driving a friend's car to like help them out to like get a car to like the auto shop or something where it's just like it just like it doesn't turn right away, and it's like it might turn right, might turn left for like a good like give and take in the center of the steering wheel, and you're just like, oh my god, I hope I make this. But and of course like intuitively you might get the message like, yeah, you're fine, don't worry, and you're like, okay. But I digress slightly. If anything like that, it's felt like that in life, it's just a little bit shaky, that's getting tightened up. So you just have either a bit more control or Spirit's got a bit of a tighter grip on things, or things are just running smoother. So I've said that already. Let's see. They're kind of at the end of the reading for the autumn special that they wanted to bring through for the live for you guys today. There's not really much more. Porcupine is showing up, and it's a reminder to maintain your boundaries. Make sure you're saying no where you need to. energetic boundaries, physical boundaries, boundaries with family. You don't need to get taken for a ride, especially if you've already had the lesson. You don't need to take the ex back when you know they're gonna do whatever, for the umpteenth, thousandth time or third time or wherever you're at. If you've had anything like that, there's just certain lessons you don't need again. So maintain your boundaries. It's okay to be a little bit prickly at the right times if that's what you need to protect your life, your finances, your way of, within reason, and if it's for the highest good, your way of living, your energies. Like, you don't owe people things. You don't owe people being nice all the time. And yes, you could be diplomatic and kind and follow your intuition and divine guidance, how to approach each situation. But sometimes a firm no is better than a thin and flimsy nice no that gets trampled on or easily overridden, so if it means your peace and you're able to better serve others because you're not overrun by everyone else's requests or things they want of you or anything like that. There's a quote coming in as a reminder, again, from Lee Harris, something he said, and they're telling me to repeat it. That's why I'm mentioning it. I don't just quote people willy-nilly usually. And it was something along the lines of, I'm going to completely paraphrase this. It was something along the lines of being at the whims of the desires, needs, opinions, wants of others is going to hinder your soul expression and growth and even abundance in your life. And sometimes it might even hinder the person you think you're helping by not having proper healthy boundaries with them. Because you going after what you desire and what your soul desires, what you're called to, within reason, in a way that's healthy and for the highest good, maybe not even within reason. And if you're going after, moving towards your dreams, moving towards what you desire, what you feel called to, what you're divinely guided to, and you're not letting everyone else's desires, wants, what they want from you, hinder you from that in a healthy, balanced way, to a healthy degree, of course, you might attain something and get to this bigger level and inspire these people. And even if they're jealous or envious, that might be their cue to look at their world and be like, what do I need to change that with my life so I'm happier and not just jealous of other people who've done this thing or, are making this amount of money or whatever like that. Whatever thing like that. So for some reason I'm hearing this for October, but even maybe beyond in the autumn, where make sure you're not in your own arrested development or in your own trap, or trap might be an extreme word, so we'll do away with that one. But because of other people's opinions, what they want from you, what they desire for you, and sometimes we might have to have a little bit of give or take depending on the situation, the circumstances. Sometimes we just need to make sure we're doing what's right for us and trust that that's going to bring to the best for the world as well. Because another thing is you are a part of the world, and if you think of it as above, so below, you attaining certain things you desire or making sure you're doing what's right for you, of course, within reason, and as long as it's aligned with what's for the highest good and the light and source, of course, that's going to bring more of that to the world in a different way. Whether it directly inspires people or the energetics of you having that, I don't know if rubs off on people is the right way, but is a teacher for them. If that is kind of a weird way to say it, but, inspires people, rubs off on them, causes them to learn from you in some way that helps them, or, as above, so below. It just brings it to the world and other people, opens for the highest good, the possibility and opportunity for others to have that as well, because you chose yourself in a healthy way that's for the highest good. So they're done with that reading. Hope that helped, resonated, did whatever is for highest good. That was for autumn, if you were just tuned in towards the end, or spring if you're in the Southern Hemisphere, October, November, December. It was the autumn special. And we're going to do something a little bit different today. We might do a full channel mode message on the next 3 months and then get into the other readings. And then we'll see if they still want to do another full channel mode message after that. So let me see if because that's what I just heard. So I guess they're saying, yeah. So probably a shorter, full channel mode message just on the next 3 months on the autumn upcoming. It might include some messages about the eclipse. I know there's an eclipse in October. And If you are signed up for if you saw it this morning and you're signed up, or maybe it was this afternoon, and you, oh my God, saw the newsletter, because I have a channel messages on the month ahead that I do. There might be some overlap with that, and they might like touch on some of the same points. So I don't know why I'm being guided to say this. Bear with me if that happens. There'll be like additional information that comes through, or additional things they'd like to say is what I'm getting for this crowd here. And I don't know why they're showing me sunscreen as well, but that's interesting. So if you're ready for that, channel is individual. I'm so sorry. I don't know if you had like more information and like a different question you asked, but what I'm going to be doing is channeling my spirit guides, the angels, and source. And by doing it, if I said doing a channel, that's like doing a full Tana mode message, so they're just, the concept is my spirit guides, the angels, and source. And I say that to simplify it. It's my spirit guides gave me the name, like the angelic collective of Zorbital. And that's all coming from source as well. And I'm kind of butchering maybe the explanation of it. But maybe one of the more important messages to say about that is like, it's all coming from source, and that like higher place, that highest place, whatever is for the highest good. And I don't want to limit it. I'm going to say highest place. Why not? And I say spirit guides, angels, and source because, one, it's true. It might be a bit of a simplified explanation, but I just think it's easier to get across what I'm doing. So I'm just going to start, and I'm going to step out of the way. Let's see what my spirit guides, the angels, and source have to say. Welcome to your autumn season if you are in the Northern Hemisphere, and Southern if you are in the spring, if you are in the Southern. Give us one moment to settle in, make some adjustments, energetically rearrange Brandon's mindset here. And now we are ready. This season, these next few months are going to bring a turning point for each of you. It will be at different levels, varying degrees, but it's time for turning points to rock the collective. And that might sound like an extreme word, to rock something, but it is rather true. There might be tower moments that cause turning points. To borrow a tarot phrase, there might be positive things that cause turning points. There might be great upliftment to you. There might be collective things that cause shock waves and ripple effects to roll through each of you energetically or in the physical that cause you to change trajectory, what you're doing in the world. And this is all divinely governed. Oftentimes when a tower moment occurs, it can be easy to judge it as wrong, as you messed up, you did the wrong thing, Spirit is punishing you. Spirit does not punish per se. Spirit might bring lessons. Spirit might bring wisdom through events. Spirit might prepare you for future opportunities or things you are meant to be doing on your soul mission. Spirit might be preparing you for a purpose, but it does not punish. Spirit does not judge. Judgment is more of a human thing. But we are telling you not to judge the events now, in the past, in the future, and especially in the next few months. For you might have a turning point that looks bad one day, but it looks really great the next. Or it looks harrowing one week, but a month later you're doing better than ever, the way things have shifted. Do not neglect to remember that some of your best things in life have come about because of a change at first you did not desire. We're not saying that things you don't or won't like will happen in the autumn. We're not saying you're doomed for tower moments. We're giving you examples. We are also lightening your load energetically. It is not just the words you came here for this channel, or if you felt called to stick around. It's also the energetics. It's also the frequency. And this channel has a frequency of lifting burdens, opening up an easier path ahead, and opening up a beautiful autumn season or spring season, depending on your location on the earth. It's also a taste of the future. For those of you who've been experiencing a lot of twists and turns recently, almost as if you are traversing switchbacks up a mountain, or a trail that switches back and forth to provide an easier slope up a mountain. Prepare for an easier time forward, or even rocketing forward, as metaphorically you get to the top of that hill or mountain and you're able to shoot down the other side, or you're able to finally get to some flat ground and have a straightaway. Sometimes the lessons or challenges you encounter make it seem like you are just moving backwards, but you might just be switching back and forth slowly up a metaphorical mountain in your world that's preparing you again for the top, or a higher plateau or ground, or a higher way forward. Sometimes you might beat up on yourself because you're like, oh, I'm not moving forward, I'm moving backwards, all these challenges are happening. Why me? What have I done? What's going on, Spirit? But Spirit could be saying, hey, this is your way forward. This might look like you're moving backwards, but you're not. Might not look like you're moving forwards, but this is your way forwards. So do not judge your journey. Do not prejudge how good things can be for you and think they can't get good because your past has been not good. Do not think you can't have a big mission going forward because you've done nothing your whole life up to this point. You do not know your mission. You know many aspects of your mission, some of you. You've heard things from readers. You've heard things from your own spirit guides. But there might be things you're meant to do that if you knew about it, you wouldn't do it. So it's hidden there under the surface, underlying everything, making its way into everything, and you're naturally carrying it out, or you naturally will carry it out. You do not know the impact you have on this earth. Sure, you can channel on it. You can know in an intuitive sense, but you might not realize the depth. Not to limit your intuition. You might not realize the depth of your impact here, even those of you who feel like you do very little. Even for those of you who feel like you just sit around, watch TV, watch Gilmore Girls or The Avengers, play video games. One, you do not know where you are going. Two, you might not realize the internal work that you've done has had an impact on the collective, and you might not realize what that impact is, or what your existence alone has done for this earth or the people around you. And if you are someone who has good intentions, you are coming from a highest aligned place, you are intending to work for the highest good, bring about the highest good, bring about what's of the light, truly, genuinely coming from that place. That intention alone can shift things. That intention alone can open, for the highest good, the doorway forward. That intention alone could help just one person through your actions, through your energies, and change the world. Through the ripple effect, through changing that person's life. You do not realize the impact you have. And one of our reminders to you, one of our suggestions, stay here on Earth if you are tempted to leave it. That might just be for a few of you. You do not realize how good things can get on the other side of what you're going through. If if you have a dip in your experience temporarily, even if that temporarily is a little while longer than you would like, you do not realize the rainbow that could be on the other side of it. The treasure trove of what you gain from that experience that you can then bring to the world and make your life way better. And we wish to bring this reminder. You're not here to suffer. You did not come here to suffer. So any of you wishing suffering on yourself, please stop. Any of you who think you only came here to suffer, or life is only suffering, please ask what else is possible for yourself. Ask what else life might be trying to show you. For this upcoming season is meant to help erase suffering a little bit. At least a little bit. Meant to help you get certain mindsets that will get you away from suffering. Whatever degrees and times are right for you. Even if it is just a mental shift. But the physical shift could be there as well. The eclipse upcoming in October is meant to erase suffering. You might not see it that way. You might see it as tower moments. You might see it as doom and gloom. You might be afraid of the eclipse for certain changes that have happened in the past for some of you during those seasons. Do not be afraid of this one. Approach it with curiosity. What could this be trying to bring into my world? What could Source be trying to do through this eclipse season? Through this energetic shift? And what if it could be great? You do not realize you have some sway over how things show up. Sure, some things are divinely guided and orchestrated. There's no way around it. You must go through a certain thing in order to be ready for what you asked for, or to be ready for your soul mission. However, sometimes you can ask for Mercury retrograde to be great, and it is. Sometimes you can ask for an eclipse season to be great, and it is. Sometimes these things just are great. You might have many experiences where you will look back and realize, oh, that Mercury in retrograde actually brought this really great thing. I actually had a really great time. Things actually went relatively smoothly, maybe compared to some other Mercury in retrogrades. Maybe they don't all suck. Maybe there's something else possible. So do not expect heavy lesson after heavy lesson after heavy lesson. You're not here to always be on that train. Sometimes it might show up. Dance with it if you must. But see what else is possible. And call in a higher experience for this eclipse. You can use this phrase. What will it take for this to be the best eclipse season yet for me? Universe, please show me. Bring that in. What will it take for me to love this eclipse season? Universe, please show me. What will it take for me to love this Saturn return period? Universe, please show me. You are not at the whim of collective decisions of what things mean. Or you have some sway working with that energy to make it better for you. We say this because some of you are limiting yourselves to others' definitions of certain time periods, certain things you experience. Some of you look at your numerology. Oh, numerology is a 4. I must be screwed. Work with that energy. Ask for the highest and best possible results and outcomes. Ask for the highest and best expressions. See what shows up as you take a certain amount of healthy control, or at least dancing with the universe, co-creation, and asking for a better reality. That's your reminder. Because this autumn season can be great. It does not have to be a repeat of the last autumn season. It does not have to be a repeat of a traumatic event that happened 2 autumn seasons ago. As an example. And you do not have to be at the whim of everything around you. We say this to help you own your power. To help you own your world to the right degree. Work with Source on things. Assuming you are doomed is never a healthy approach. in any capacity. The last thing we'd like to talk about regarding the autumn season upcoming you are ready to rise. You are ready to rise from the ashes, this collective. You are ready to rise into your own. You are ready to rise into the metaphorical cockpit of the spaceship, metaphorically, the vessel, the vehicle that takes you to your destiny. And you are ready to rise up out of the burdens. For the collective, not this collective, but the overall collective has sold you that the burdens are the way of being for too long. And it's time for you to write a different story. Again, we are not promising all your challenges are going away this month, next month. We are saying something else is possible, and you can create that, co-create that. You can bring that about. And this autumn will show you some of that. We would like to end this channel here. We've said what we needed to say. We've hit the points we've needed to hit. You've given the energetics you need for your autumn season to prime you for your path and to bring about the highest and best shifts and results we can right now through Brandon during this channel on this live. Or if you're rewatching on a different platform, whenever you're seeing it, that is all. We wish you well. We will see you in the future. And may autumn or spring bring the highest and best blessings for you that you are ready to receive. Or, even if you're not ready to receive them, may the universe bring you ready to receive them at the right time, so you do not miss what's for you. For the world can be light. Your world can be light. Your path can be light. You are never at the whim of darkness. Signing out for now, the Angelic Collective Absorbital and Source. Farewell. Take care and have ease. All right. Heck yeah. You're welcome, guys. Heck yeah. I agree with the heck yeah, Andy Pandy Pie. You're so welcome, Whittaker. Thank you, Jessica Johnson. I'm glad to hear it. You're welcome, guys. Truly hope that helped and was helpful and did whatever was for the highest good. How am I feeling? That was amazing. Glad that was amazing. Awesome. I'm feeling pretty hyped. I feel pretty good. I actually feel pretty fueled by them, if that makes sense, or by Source. You know, sometimes I feel really good after full channels. Sometimes I feel like a lot came through, like energetically. I'm like, oh my God. But right now I feel pretty good. I've got pretty good stamina today is what I'm hearing as well. So feeling good. Like that. Thank you. You're welcome. Felt so amazing. Very cool. They did full channel at the beginning of the live too. Yeah. I mean, I was hoping I would get to do some type of like autumn special or, you know, spring if you're in the Southern Hemisphere. I need to find a better way to say that because I feel like it's like this long tagline or something that just takes too long to explain. But I was really hoping I would get to do that. And they kept showing me like autumn, like before the live. And then as I started it, they're like, we're doing it. So Casey this morning had similar reads. Cool. I'm not sure who Casey is, but cool. How's it get even better than that? Boy, that was straight to the point. Hey, that's good. Glad to hear it. Seasonal special. Oh, thank you. I want to say your username, but it's going to sound, if someone's not looking at their phone in the comments, it's going to sound like I'm being man. Oh my God. Being mean, not man. I don't think, it's, whatever. But some bitch is recommending that I say seasonal special, maybe. I love that. Thank you, some bitch. So don't apologize. Honestly, I think it's hilarious. You can call me someone. Thank you. Someone is saying, it's too late now, but someone is saying, someone's saying seasonal special is a recommendation. I really appreciate it. Sometimes my mind is like, I don't know. I don't know. Never mind. Thanks, someone. um, yeah. Sometimes I don't get into trouble really, but it adds to some humorous situations if I'm calling someone like baby doll because their username is baby doll, or like what's up baby girl. And like people are like what. But so okay, I'm gonna probably hang out for a bit, maybe not, but I'm gonna stay on the live. I'm not done. There are gonna be more readings. We're gonna be some of our normal stuff. I might not be like stay on as long with some of the normal stuff, but maybe I will. Just because we've already done that reading and that full channel message. But if we do more, I'm totally up for that. Bree is asking, am I aware of what they are saying, my spirit guides are saying when I'm in full channel mode? Yes. I do forget a lot of it afterwards, either sometimes or a lot of the time, honestly. Like sometimes I'll listen to a full channel mode. I'm like, oh, that was a lot better than I remember it being or realized that was at the time. Because I'm like there for it. I don't just like disappear. And I know some people go into like, I don't know. Some people don't remember it all. Some people are like there for it and they're kind of just observing it come through or something like that. And I'm more, sometimes I go into trance and don't remember. So usually it's more like I'm there and it's coming through and I remember parts of it. But usually by the next day I rewatch it. I'm like, oh, don't remember saying that. But I guess if that answers the question or starts to answer the question, it might be a bit more in depth, like if I were to try to fully explain it, but that's kind of the crux. Emma is saying, although I'm mostly excited, I'm a little worried about the possible tower moments you mentioned. What I'm hearing to say to you is like, don't worry about that too much. It was like just an example. And again, this is probably going to freak people out. Like it could happen for some of you. But I'm never here to like promise doom and gloom, of course. And I mean, if I'm getting a message and you're like, no, that's the message, even if you don't want it to be the message, like, and they're like, say it, I'll say the truth. That's not what I'm getting to say to you though, when I see your comments. What I was getting to say to you was exactly what I said. So, and I always do my best to operate like that's because there's a reason, that they bring through what they bring through, say what they say, even if people don't like it, I don't like it. My intention when I'm channeling messages, working with my intuition is I said it like years ago. I'll still sometimes say it just to put the intention out. They already know, but I'll be like, hey, like, I don't care if it's what I want or desire to hear. I don't care if it's what I don't want or desire to hear. I don't care if it's not even in the realm of what I thought about desiring or hearing, or not desiring or hearing in the first place. Just bring through the accurate, fully helpful, fully biased, good information that's, spot on, right on, whatever. Something along those lines. And I'd say that is what happens unless I'm in a place not to channel or something else. Like sometimes I'm just not supposed to say something to people, or not supposed to say something to someone. So I guess there's not really exceptions though. They're like, no, there's not really exceptions. So I don't know. Oh, totally. And you know what? The other thing is like, you might get to a point where you don't need to set intention. Maybe it just shows up for you in the first place. You don't need to set intentions and that's what's happening. Maybe you get to a point you don't need to set intentions, but if you're going to set intentions or you feel called to, I do feel like that could be a good one, honestly, because I'd so much rather prefer the truth and like being accurate. One, that's just going to be more helpful for people if they know the truth and they can act on that, or myself, with, getting guided through life. Two, even if I don't want to hear it, it's probably what's best for me to hear, And, there's a certain point in time where you probably gravitate more towards the mindset of like, you're more just open in that mindset anyways. and you're kind of a bit like just not judging whether it's good or bad when you hear it. It just is what it is. I'm saying this weirdly. And you can kind of just be open to what the truth is and kind of stomach it or work through it if that brings this stuff up. But I think sometimes you get to a more open, for the highest good, place with it where you're not just like automatically like upset every time you hear something you don't want to hear. You're just like, okay. Where are we? We just did a seasonal special on the season upcoming, the season we just ventured into, the next like 3 months or so. And we did a full channel on that. We're going to do another collective reading that's a bit more timeless, which may or may not have some of the similar messages. And then we're going to do the signs by element readings like we typically do. And we might even do another full channel mode message. So we might just be putting in some extra work today, but that's fine by me. And then we'll see from there. So I guess the seasonal reading and channel were a bonus. So I'm happy that came through. The more value, the better, as long as it's, for the highest good, healthy, all that stuff. And for the highest good of everyone involved, including all of you, myself, etc. That or better, or the highest good of all. Let's move on. I'm going to hang out for one more second and then we'll start to the... maybe, Jessica, that might be the case. Just really jump me in the zone for the channeling. Me got the water. Random ordinary person. Which is a username, not me being mean. Just to clarify. I'm watered up. Oh. Sometimes I get like water in my beard and mustache, and I don't forget I'm on live, but maybe I've gotten more comfortable on live. I'm just gonna like wipe my face for like 10 minutes here. So enjoy my face wiping ASMR detour. Not really a detour, but So actually, we're gonna start the. Do I do personal readings? Hey, so you're never mean. Thank you, Marina. I hope that is a thing that's for the highest good. And I honestly, I really feel like kindness tends to be the way, unless you really need to set a firm boundary. But even then, I feel like it's possibly firm and kind in most instances. And kind to me, you probably heard this from other people. It's kind of maybe a common sentence, but kindness and niceness are two different things. I try to avoid being nice because nice can be kind of like fake or people pleasing the way I see it. And kindness is more genuine, authentic, coming from a good place, coming from that place because you're called to, or that's just how you are, or you've worked towards that, and or because you realize people need that. I'm hearing a bunch of different things there, but that's, I try to be kind. Need more kindness in the world. I agree. And people who are kind, real deal kindness, authentic, genuine, coming from a good place, absolutely, because that just shifts the collective. What Taylor Gannon says, they're working through shifting away from niceness, people pleasing, to kindness right now. That can be a whole journey sometimes, depending on our programming or what we grew up in. Hey, Leo, good to see you. Love you guys too. Do you think there can be toxic positivity? What I would say is if there's anything that turns into toxic positivity, it's no longer positive. Is the words I heard to say when I read that. So, I'm like, thinking I was gonna get a resounding yes when I read that comment, but I'm kind of iffy on it for some reason. I do think, from what I've seen with people talk about what toxic positivity is, it's usually people who are like, no bad vibes no matter what. I don't have room for your, trauma because you're just bringing me down. I just want to dance and do, I don't know, drugs and no bad vibes. It's like there can be like a certain insensitivity maybe, or lack of awareness when it gets to that point with like what is going on in the room, what people need, what's actually for the highest good. Like the way I am reminded, what's kind of jumping in, they're kind of flashing a memory of me, of things I've like thought about before. It's kind of like when people hear something, whether it's like a self-help or it's like a success guru, motivational speaker or something, and instead of kind of sitting with it intuitively and seeing what feels true to them, they just try to adopt that as their new frame and just act from that no matter what, without any nuance in what's going on around them. So an example from my personal world, actually, and this was actually more me, when I was like 8, I was very young. I was like 17, 18, and I got into some of the self-help kind of stuff. I was really interested in a music career, and there was a certain music career teacher online who I ended up taking like a course or program from on like music career success. And one of the things this individual was talking about, which I'm not agreeing to, in fact, I'm telling you this because to give an example of maybe not what to do. One thing this person would talk, which is a bit more extreme and a bit more rigid, which is, what I'm about to express. He was like, if someone's being negative to you, even if it's about like the weather or like, and this is not me, this is what this person said, the weather or like something, like you cut them out. Like you don't have room for negativity. It must be positive only no matter what. And I remember like being like really young and maybe a bit more impressionable. I was just like, yeah, music success must cut all negativity out. You complain about the weather, get away from me, negative person. And I remember I was actually seeing a therapist at the time as well. It was something my mom had, not because I did anything wrong or was like a bad kid or anything like that, but there just been stuff that happened, in like a family situation in my teenage years and growing up that I think she just wanted to make sure I was good with. Which was not to bring any of this energy into it. I'm going to intend it doesn't, but I had like a family member who like committed suicide or something like that. So I think this is why the therapy started. And one of the things he said when I brought that up or that mindset up just naturally in the session, he's like, okay. He's like, you might find that when you're talking to someone and they start to express negative things about the weather, you might find it better. I forget what he said exactly, but something along the lines of like being able to like relate to this person and like connect and have like a connection with them like about that instead of just like being like a brute because of success mindsets or whatever. And he's like, the thing he said that kind of stuck with me as well is like, you might want to have a bit more like tools in your toolbox for moving through the world in that way. He's like, I don't want you to just, I'd like you to have more tools in your toolbox for like moving through the world or something like that instead of just like being like a brute. He didn't say that, by the way. That's my interpretation of or what I'm kind of being guided to say, or what's just coming through as I'm flowing with it. Sorry. But so I think toxic positivity can kind of result sometimes from a very rigid mindset of like toxic no matter what, but it's like to the point that it becomes negative because you're no longer like relating to people. It might even turn slightly, I don't want to say narcissistic, but slightly more anti-connection with people in a way because you're so focused on this thing and being this certain way. I think dating coaches can be another way this can turn up. I'm kind of slightly getting off topic, but if they're just like, I don't know, act around this way around women no matter what, or they're gonna think XYZ or no. And like some of it's just like not true. And like if you just approach it intuitively, it just who you are and authentically it just works way better in my experience. So that's what I would say about that. Is like what I'm compelled to say as that topic comes up, if that's helpful for anybody to hear. So I think if it's not connected, it's not coming from an intuitive place, it's like a rigid mindset and it's not actually leading to a good place, it's probably not the right way to go about it. Well, not that right or wrong. I don't want to judge it as right or wrong, but and I feel like I'm not saying it totally right. The other thing that I want to get to with this, I know this turned into a much bigger discussion than I was thinking it would for me with that comment, is like I've seen people who are like, it's not toxic. I don't want to say it's toxic, but they're like optimistic to a fault where it's kind of ungrounded or it's not really intuitive or connected to source in a certain way where they're just like, oh, we're moving. And the example I heard from someone else is like, oh, we only need like 5 boxes. We got this. And they actually need like 20. And it's like, they're really optimistic or maybe like positive about like, oh, it's going to work out. We're just going to use our 5 boxes. And they're like, if it was more grounded and if it was intuitive, like, or you were channeling your spirit guides, be like, you need more boxes, go to the store. It's like more grounded. I don't want to use the word realistic, but like that is kind of the word, but also like I think sometimes the pessimism, optimism, realistic, it's like it gets so weirdly colored by everyone who just says the common things about all those things. And sometimes realistic, when people are like, I'm not negative, I'm realistic, but they're actually negative and they just need a bit more self-awareness there. So I don't know, be real with yourself. But I think that I think trying to come at it from the most uncolored, pure, what's actually going on, intuitive, connected place to the best of your ability, or at least just being open to that and not automatically judging it one way or another can be helpful as well. But I don't feel like I'm saying that right. So whatever, you probably have your own like realizations and knowings and things about that work for you. So you don't have to buy what I just said if that doesn't resonate for you. Hope that was helpful for someone though. Is there anything I need to say to clean that up though, or channel more instead of that here? Just do what works for you. I'm going to move on. It's like they invalidate their own thoughts and feelings. That could happen too with like I guess if you were going to go and like the toxic positivity, and like the word I keep getting is like, it's lack of connection is like the theme I keep getting. Is like they're disconnected from themselves. They're like, I must be positive even though XYZ and I'm feeling this way. And yeah, like that could be a bit of a, like they're not dealing with their stuff kind of deal as well. Dating coaches on TikTok are divorced and single. The word I'm hearing is unfortunately. That seems to be the case. It could be the case, sober girl. I don't, I mean, sometimes like the podcasts pop up really as I'm scrolling through the For You, and the TikTok hole when you're like, oh, I'm going to go post something. And I'm like, oh, I'm waiting for it to upload, scroll. It gets real, for better or worse. And sometimes there's a sign or a synchronicity you get from it or something you need to see. But, yeah, I can't say I've seen things where intuitively I'm like, oh yeah, that's totally the way it works when I see those videos pop up, whether it's a girl or guy talking to girls or guys. There's a lot of angry, sad people in the comment sections I've noticed who just presume or assume like all women are XYZ, all men are XYZ. And they might end up either creating that reality for themselves, or they might not have. And I totally understand, like people can get hurt. It can really suck. There's a lot of healing that needs to be done. And they might not have the frameworks or necessary tools to feel like they can delve into that or even know what that is or what that looks like to be healed. Or they haven't seen that example around them. I don't know. But thankfully, I am seeing more like things pop up collectively. Like I was at the gas station pumping gas, and like, you know how they have those ads, at least in the US, and like the gas stations. There was like someone who was like healing hour with so-and-so. I'm like, oh, that's cool that that's the ad instead of like Powerade sugar, or I don't know. That was a terrible example. Monster energy drink or something might have been better. But I'm kind of spinning off into that. So coming back to what I was saying here, I forgot what I was talking about. I'm sorry. Oh, but yeah, the dating thing. And I know we're about to get readings and we got into topics, so hopefully this is still interesting for you guys. Anything I'm guided to say on it right now, though, there's a lot of wounded people coming from wounds who haven't healed and probably don't realize they can or what that looks like, who've just kind of either walled off from dating or just presume or assume like, oh, all women are like this. Or maybe some of them don't realize how their patterns have interlinked with what's been happening, in their dating life. And then there's just kind of like this group think that happens, and then not all dudes, a lot of people might start acting a certain way based off that group think kind of mentality, and then it kind of turns into a bit of an interesting situation. But it'll get better. I think people will be led to more authenticity. People will be led back to themselves through the wounds eventually, either to heal or to see what's true for them about all of it. And once they realize that some of the groupthink isn't working, they're just gonna have to move on to something else. Well, I don't feel like I'm saying this right, but I was gonna say like once they realize some of the groupthink ideas aren't working for them, they're gonna have to move on. And even like, some of them are now just because they might not be getting the results they'd like through some of the dating coaches, some of the mob mentality when it comes to, at least that you see in comments, people have towards dating. So it'll get better. I don't know. Hopefully that is helpful to hear, but I feel like there's better ways. And I just feel like the more people are on their soul missions, and I mean that like real, like actual connected soul missions. Cause I think sometimes I listen, never mind, I'm getting into a track they don't want me to get onto, but I mean that like authentically, like their missions, what they're here to do, soul purpose, and they're really aligned with that and like operating more from their soul and from what they're here to do or who they're here to be, who they're meant to be, especially in that higher realm type of way. I feel like dating is probably either going to work more smoothly for people, or they'll see more quickly the patterns getting them into trouble, or they'll start to attract better, at least eventually. But there's a lot more nuance to what I just said, so don't take all that as the overall complete 100% blatant truth, I guess, because I think there is a lot more nuance. So I was gonna start the collective reading here, and the collective reading is just meant to be for like you when you see it. Is there anything else you want to channel about all that though before we move on here? Nope, I guess I beat that to a pulp. So well said. Thank you, Rand. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm loving this newness to the flow, Brandon. Thanks, Jessica Johnson. Good to know. And maybe that'll be a fun way to approach things sometimes, is just flowing with some of the topics that present themselves from you guys. And I don't know if all of what I just said, well, I don't know. I say I don't know. Let me see what they'd like me to say about all that. Not everything, just as a disclaimer, not everything I just said about like the love relationships was like channeled or like fully channeled, I'd say. Like some of it was more like experience or just flowing with what was kind of coming through or what I felt inspired to say. But the readings will be channeled. And usually when topics come up, I'm channeling on them. So I'd like to try and let you guys know what's going on with all that, which you might already intuitively realize anyways. But okay, so we're gonna do should we do the collective reading now? We are gonna do a collective reading. So this is meant to be a timeless channeled reading for you when you see it. And I guess that's kind of the gist of it. I'm just gonna be flowing with the channel messages coming through from my spirit guides, the angels, and source. And if we have any other like topics come up in between it, or we just end up hanging out, in between the readings, I think that's perfect as well. So meant to be for you whenever you see it, whether it's now live or in the future. My sign got wet a little bit, so I'm gonna have to make new signs. I've been rocking these temporary signs for a couple months now, but it's fine here. So we're starting here. First message for this reading. Tiger spirit animal is showing up for you guys. He's been very prevalent in the readings over and over again. Again, I just trust if I get the same symbol over and over again, I just trust that's what's meant to show up. And but with this one here, the tiger is like changing colors. He's like yellow, and then he's orange, then he's like red. He's actually moving through the autumn color like spectrum. Funny enough, like if you think of falling leaves, autumn, and places in the world that have those like seasons like that. He's saying that you are like changing, but you're going to see it in very big ways soon. And, you might be like changing. You're like, yeah, I know. Or like, yeah, I thought I was always changing. Or, you might have some of those ideas or thoughts come up. Maybe not all of you, but it's just going to start to be bigger, or you're going to start to see the results of that. Like maybe you've been shifting all year and it's like, oh, here's like the finalized like result of this big shift you've been going through for the past year, a few months, from this course you took, like, et cetera, or these things you're integrating. It's just going to be hitting you harder and in bigger ways. So just pay mind to that is what I'd say. Like what I'm hearing is you're about to become a new person or step into that more, or that's going to start to show up more, which is perfect, is something I'm getting for the time you're about to step into. Because it's kind of like what the world needs. It's what you need. It's what the next phase of your life needs. So it's just time is what I'd say. There's also a message of rebirth. They're giving me the word rebirth. And they're saying that you are meant to rebirth right now over the next 6 months is something I heard. 6 months to a year. It's like another rebirth. I know like rebirthing might be like a constant theme or on and off for you guys here. it's supposed to be that way for some of you is what I'm getting. But that is meant to be a theme for you right now. It is meant to be what you're going through, and it's just rising is what I'm saying. It might go in tandem with that shift, they were talking about with the tiger as well. I'm just getting that your world is rebirthing. I really feel like everything's about to change is what I'm getting, and it could be drastic, could be subtle, but something about everything changing is really good. That could be really positive, by the way. That could be like you haven't been making money, and as an example, you land a job, your business starts making money, something starts working for you, you're called in the direction that works for you. As an example, could be like finally a love relationship comes in, you're like, oh, I didn't even realize this could happen like this. It kind of makes sense at the time of filming this. It's timeless, so whenever you're seeing this, it's for you, but there is the eclipse coming up, which can be about pretty big shifts. I know I've had some big things happen during eclipse seasons, and sometimes those big swings were like very, very overwhelmingly positive. I'll say that too. So you don't have to prejudge it as bad or like, oh no, my life's about to fail apart. It's not to whip out the South Park voice on you, but it's not necessarily what it's about. It can be temporarily, but it'll get way better, and it's not meant to be a long-term thing. If like something like leaves or like comes crashing down, that's just not what I feel like the message is right now, though. For most of you. If that happens for some of you, it's going to be temporary. Like you're meant to have these shifts, and I would trust that it's leading to a good place. Next, they're showing me scissors here, and it's about cutting cords. I was about to say this could be literal, but let me sit with how they want to say this. This could be that you're literally metaphysically cutting cords right now, or it's like time to like cut cords from the past with the past in some way. Or you might just find that's happening, like the universe is taking care of that for you, and certain things that you felt like attached to are just like finally kind of giving away, and you're kind of set free in some way. Or some things that were holding you back are just gone. But this is like a time of freedom and freedom rising, and what needs to happen for that to occurring, whether that's the long game, that the universe is playing with you. And it's like over the next 10 years, you're building this thing that leads you to freedom, or you're getting the mindset and realizations that lead you to freedom, more freedom in your relationships, or more freedom financially, or whatever it is, whatever way that energy is meant to show up for you, whatever you're calling in, whatever you're ready for. It's just one of the themes right now is like greater freedom. And that could look like power struggles temporarily, like to help you gain freedom. That could look very ease-filled and joy-filled as you, buy a motorcycle and tour the world and make an income online instead of at a job, or maybe you're working remotely and you get more freedom somehow. So many different ways. Those are examples, by the way. Those are so many ways that these things could like show up, or even like you're used to constricting like relationships where your partner is like, no, you stay at home and XYZ and don't go hang out with friends, which probably isn't healthy, by the way, if you're in that. And I think there's a difference between healthy boundaries. Like, yeah, please don't go on like a 5-week hiking trip alone with your ex. Like that's a little bit different, but I don't know why. I don't think I need to explain that. Hopefully I don't need to explain that. If I do, that's okay. Hopefully that helps. But, there has to be a balance to these things in a sense, but beep, 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 get back on track, please. Help me get back on track, universe, spirit guides. What I was saying though is, it could be like you start dating someone. They're like, yeah, go hang out with your friends, oh, you know what? I got this thing covered, go take care of your work, go start your business instead of, I've got finances covered, work, do your business. If it doesn't work in a year, you can look into getting jobs, but I got you for a bit. It could just be like you have more freedom to be yourself in the relationship. You don't feel like you're getting judged every time you say something. Like there's a bajillion million ways that this energy could show up, but you understand. Like the rise of freedom is a theme, and I'd say the more freedom you have, the better. Of course, for sure. Next thing they'd like to get to, just again, timeless reading for you when you see it, whether it's here now live or on YouTube, is they're actually, oh my God, there's these like common friends that show up for our readings. There's Tiger, loves to show up a lot. Grasshopper loves to show up a lot. This one's more about like the you've learned well, Grasshopper, like Padawan kind of like deal is what they're kind of showing with this Grasshopper showing up for this reading. I feel like you have graduated or are graduating in life. You're leveling up right now. You're hitting the next level in your life. It's like time to go higher, which was a theme for the autumn season or upcoming season, as well. In the seasonal special, as we're calling it now, that came through before this iteration of readings. And what I'm hearing for this is like you're going to have to leave some things behind. And before you freak out, it doesn't mean like, oh, you got to break up with your boyfriends, time to leave your husbands. It could be like leaving mindsets behind, leaving beliefs behind, leaving certain things you thought you were meant to do behind because the universe has this other treasure for you as far as like a path or like something that's for you to do. And maybe you really, really, really were convinced like, oh, I have to do this thing. I'm supposed to do this thing. This is the thing for me. And maybe it was for a time to get you to this point. And now the universe is like, we've got something better. We got to shift things. Here's this new path. And, all this progress was saved. Like, it's not just going away. It'll show up, how it needs to. One of the quotes I've heard is like, the universe can bank things for you. I heard that from Lee Harris. I really liked that. And I've seen that to be true as well in certain ways. Like maybe you make a ton of progress with one project, or so you're like grinding on the social media account and you're just grinding and maybe you get some success, but it's not like, and then you're just like time to go a different direction. You start something else and just like boom, skyrockets because you've already done all this work. And so now it's time to like reap the rewards. And if it wasn't meant to be directly with this thing, it's something better that's more aligned with your future and maybe even what you're meant to do long term. Or maybe you just got the lessons you need over here and it's time for this, but you might have to leave some things behind right now or in the future here, but going to be a good thing is what I'm hearing to say. I know sometimes we were taught not to use the words good and bad and all that, and I'm just doing my best. Those are the words they said, so it's not meant to be a judgment. It's meant to get the message across that this doesn't have to be the most awful thing that happened to you, or it doesn't have to be awful, and it's not leading to an awful place that you will rue for eons to come. It's not that. So, or hopefully at all. But let's see what they'd like to get to next here. If you are walking away from something and you really feel called to that and you're unsure, but you need to do it, really for most of you, that's the right call. For others of you, if it's not the right call and you're starting to walk away from something right now, or you have recently, it's going to come back around and you'll know it's the right move to go back to it. But that's like going to be like 2% of you who are walking away from something right now. Or like maybe you'll like start to walk away from something in the universe, or your spirit guide's like, no, you need to go back. So take that as it resonates. I know you're going to have to use your discernment with that. Trust me, like you'll know is kind of what I feel like saying. Like there'll be signs. It'll be pretty obvious. This is not going to be a mystery to you regarding that message. So next thing they'd like to get to here, waterfall is showing up next. But it's like a waterfall of like white lights. They're telling me to tell you this. And there was like a channel, a guided meditation I did for the membership recently that involved like a waterfall of white light. So I am not sure. So where is this going with this one here? So one thing I'm getting for you guys is like, it is a major clearing. And that's one of those things. Yeah. One of the things that exercise was supposed to do. And I don't know why I'm mentioning that, but, so there is this really big clearing where things are being just like washed clean. Backtrack a little bit. I'm not a big fan of the Christian thing, or like I grew up Catholic. It's just the more, okay, I'm not going to go too far into that. I'm not Christian anymore is what I'll say. That might be very obvious to you. You're like, well, yeah. But I was getting this metaphor of like, there's this whole story in Christianity of like, oh, your sins being washed clean, or whatever like that. And they're showing this visual and it's like white as snow. And I'm like, oh my God. But, and to me, like, my where I'm at now with it is like sins don't really exist. Like it's kind of a lie or just a judgment in a certain way that humans have. If you look at some of the, and they don't want me to get into this, I'm sorry. Let's get back to the messages they'd really like to get to here. I don't vibe with the concept personally. I think there's another way, there's a better way to look at things. But as far as like what they mean with the message here is, again, there might be a lot of things from the past that are getting washed. It could even just be past memories or like the charge you have with the past that's healing, or emotions that come up that's like healing or being washed clean, so you're ready to move forward. It could be some past things you need to let go of kind of being washed clean. It could just be past energies that you're carrying around being washed clean from your energy field. Like maybe if you book a session with someone, or maybe this live is helping you with that, or maybe something else is going to help you with that more. Maybe all of it, but, or just in general, you know. Because it's not really sins necessarily. It's like areas where things went wrong, areas where like maybe even you were treated poorly, areas you're clinging onto that are not right for you, but you have a story that is going to give you what you need, but it's actually not. So not really sins, but it's like the past is being cleansed away, and the negativity from the past, you're going to be able to start fresh, at least energetically regarding all that, and be moved to a better place, which is good. And it's kind of like I feel like you deserve better is kind of what they're saying when they say this, but it's like you don't deserve like the negativity of that past. You don't deserve to carry around like all the scars and like the wounds and just have it festering, and you're trying to move through life, and you're like, it's almost like you metaphorically got shot through the heart, you know, emotionally or in some way, and like you're just trying to make your way. It's like they're like, you don't need all of that. Like it's time to wash you clean of all these places you're stumbling and like staggering through wounds and these things. So it's kind of like where you've been mistreated, that's going away, or it might be time for you to forgive yourself as well. But that's not really the main message they have for you, for most of you. So let's move on. I hope that makes sense. Time for you to kind of be washed clean of the past in a way that's going to be for your highest good. Next thing they're showing me is a pig. They're showing me this pig's curly tail at the end here. And then like this pig's tail goes like straight and somehow but it's kind of like more like how a dog gets excited about something. And it's like, and the tail like straightens out, but it's more like a hunting dog, or it's like pointing to like something that it located. I don't know how to describe this. I just described it. And maybe that wasn't the perfect words, but you get it. And it's kind of more like you have things coming in that excite you, that are like your new direction, or that are calling you forward to the next phase of your path, might be a better way to phrase it. So if something happens, like, I don't know, they're showing this pig, he's kind of like rolling around in the mug, he's going, he's eating some grass, he's fighting the other pigs for a second, he's just doing pig things, and then all of a sudden he sees this like shiny thing. And I believe it's a positive shiny thing, not just like not all that glitters is gold. It's like, not like, you know, not all that glitters is gold, watch out kind of thing. Or this like treasure, or this thing he really desires. He's like, Brr! And like the tail goes straight, and he's like dead set on this thing, and he's like running towards it. And it actually allows him to break free from like past patterns and like, you know, some of the things that this pig is going through. I'm not calling you a pig, by the way, metaphor. But for some reason, that's the symbol for this message, or part of the intuitive message coming through. So you might be having things that come in that excite you, you know, things that are like your next thing, things that are like your path ahead. And like maybe you've been like meandering a bit, but now you're like, oh, I've got to move towards this. And it kind of like gets the engines revving, if that makes sense. I would move towards that in a healthy way, in an aligned way. I would be, for the highest good, open to that. It's just, I feel like it's Spirit's way of drawing you forward, because they're showing this like coin, and it's like attached to a string. You know how like in those certain like shows, people would have like $1 on a string, and then they'd be like with a fishing pole, and like you know, they'd reel the dollar in every time the character would get closer to it to try and like get them to like, you know, get to a certain place. And you know, Spirit might be exciting you to get you somewhere, and like there will be rewards. It's not like a trick. It's not like, aha, you chased this coin and now you are here in my cage. It's more like, hey, there's this great thing over here, and you're just like, you know, like God shouting over here. You're in the pig. It might even not be a pig pen. Like maybe it's like you have free reign. It's like, there's something great over here for you, and you're just like, so something great, and he's like, oh God. It just throws the coin with the fishing pole thing, and he's like reeling it in. You're like, oh my God, and you're like chasing it, reels it in, you're chasing it, and then you like get to this thing, you're like, wait, this isn't a gold coin, but there's like something 10 times better right there, as an example. Or you got the gold coin and all those great things. So could be God's sources, the universe's way of getting you to move forward with some of the excitement coming in is something I'm getting. And it's awesome to be passionate and excited about something, or to have a target or something you're really excited about. And I honestly think it's a great thing, and it's part of the experience. I'd really relish that. So we're going to move forward here. Again, here's another reminder: you're graduating. You're not going to be at the same level forever. Life's not going to stay the same. You really do have new coming in, and like a level up and through graduating. So just keep that in mind with the things that are changing here. One more message here with the collective reading. They're showing me the color red, but they're showing someone like seeing red. Excuse me. And I don't know why this is a message coming through, but if you're someone who's angry, I feel like that's going away. For most of you who've been feeling that way, like it's going to be a purge, like that is a purge, or the universe is going to be showing you some truth that helps you to kind of simmer down, or realize you need to change that in some way, and you get the resources that you need for that, if that makes sense. So kind of a random message. Well, not random, probably someone needs to hear that, but to me, random message. And the other thing with that here is there are a lot of rose-colored glasses coming off, but this is a positive thing because you'll be able to make the correct moves because of that. You may like what you see when that happens even more in a weird way, or you may not like what you see when that happens. You're like, oh, but as the saying goes, the truth will set you free, and but slightly less dissonant than the way I sang it. And yeah, I guess that's what I'm hearing on that. So a lot of truth being unveiled, and there's like a rose quartz I have on my floor, and they just like pointed my eyes at it, which is, I guess, the confirmation. It's really kind of time to ditch the rose-colored glasses and just see what spirit shows you, and trust it'll be okay no matter what you see. And even if you were still to wear the rose-colored glasses, those things would still be there as they are, as you see them without them. So it's not really changing anything except you seeing it more clearly and you seeing the truth. And if you like think you're petting a dog and you take the rose-colored glasses off and you're petting like a wolf and he's like starting to growl and bare his fangs, then you probably would much rather that the rose-colored glasses are off to notice the wolf, not get bitten, or to fight the wolf for dominant. I'm just kidding. That's this is my chance. Fight the wolf. No, notice that you're petting the wolf, move away from the wolf and start petting the actual dog. And, you get it. Rose-colored glasses off, see the truth. That would have been a wolf either way. You probably would rather see it's a wolf, not a dog, and make the right choice. So I guess we're done with that. They keep showing me grasshopper again. One message for you is like because they're showing this grasshopper and he was kind of turning yellow. He was turning like to stone, and grasshoppers usually like leap forward, leap of faith is like a message that sometimes comes through with grasshopper. And it's also kind of a message like they have wings, so leap forward and you can fly. But it's also like this grasshopper started turning to stone and like petrifying or like atrophying, and he's kind of like frozen with fear. And one of the messages is like, don't kind of end up, not that this is literally going to happen, but make sure you're like taking action. Don't get frozen into not taking action right now, whether it's about your dreams or a business or something you need to do, or even if it's asking someone out or making a move in your personal life that you feel called to make. Don't get frozen out of fear and like petrified. Take certain actions, or what's the best way to say this here? Okay, here's the better way to phrase it that I'm hearing. You might have actions you need to take or feel called to take that you're scared to take, but like take them anyways to the best of your ability. Like feel the fear, do it anyway is a quote that you might, recognize with all that, or it's like have courage, even if it's just a bit more courage than the fear. And if you feel called to intuitively take, and it feels right to you, take action towards it anyways. Like I feel like it's the right move is something I'm hearing regarding something like that. And it's going to help move you forward. And if you like stay frozen, like you might like be a little bit more stuck than you'd like to be, or it just doesn't go the way you wanted to. And you might have another opportunity. I'm not saying you're stuck forever and your life's ruined for the next 12 months or anything like that. It's just, I'd be taking action even if you're afraid in certain ways. Like it's going to lead to the best results. So don't get frozen. They are showing me a jellyfish as well. And like what they're kind of showing me is like, jellyfish can sting sometimes. And like you might have a choice you need to make, but it seems like there's this jellyfish in the way. You're like, oh, am I going to get stung if I move this direction I need to move or something like that? And it's kind of like, it's almost more of an illusion that you're going to get hurt if you do this thing. Well, take it as it resonates and with balance. I'm not saying jump off a bridge, you won't get hurt. But, within reason, like what's an example here? I don't know. The example that keeps hitting me is like asking someone out or making a move in business or something like that. Or examples, you might think you're going to get hurt if you do this thing, but it's like almost more of an illusion. It's kind of like fear is the paper tiger is like a quote I've heard, or like, so I don't feel like you are. I feel like it's just like you're scared of getting hurt by taking this choice, but there's like no jellyfish. It's like using that example again, it's like there's like a cardboard cut out of a jellyfish in front of you that a fisherman's like holding down as bait, which sounds dumb, but or I don't know. You get it. It's just an example, but that's what I had for you for this reading. Move through the fear, take action. Make sure you're not letting fear stop you. Some of where you think you're going to get hurt regarding some things you need to do, it's like kind of an illusion, but be discerning with that as well. Hope that helped. I'm just going to stop there. Hope that helped, resonated, did whatever was for you guys good, and we're going to move on. We'll do fire signs in a second here, but I'm just going to hang out with chat for a second as well. Lots of things resonated there. Perfect. Glad to hear it. You're welcome. Loved it. Perfect. You're welcome. Thanks, DD fans. Woo. Thank you, Ferret Faye. Thank you very much. I'm glad to hear it. Really resonated. Perfect. Thanks for the feedback, guys. I'm always glad to hear these resonate and are helpful, because otherwise, what am I doing? Loved the Lionsgate meditation. Awesome. I'm glad you checked that out and that it helped, or that you loved it at least. I'm sure it will help, though. We're going to cruise right along. The next message, next reading is going to be can I talk, please? The fire sign, sun, moon, or rising. They actually want me to cruise right into it. Usually I hang out a little bit more between readings, but I feel I need to move forward, and I'm getting to. So anything else before we start? Okay. If you have a fire sign, sun, moon, or rising, this is meant to be for you when you see it. And we're just going to flow. I'm just going to flow with the channel messages coming through from my spirit guides and angels and source for you when you see it. Could be your spirit guides if it's for the highest good of both of our systems and for the reading, and it's going to be rights for, for the highest good for everybody, but I digress slightly. We're jumping in here. So it's interesting because as I say, jumping in, like they're showing me a couple of visuals, like a droplet of water hitting water. And like when water drops into water, it like kind of reverberates and hits like a little drop up. Still, they're also showing like a swan dive. I don't know if any of you remember this Old Spice deodorant commercial. I think I must have been 12 or 13 when this was out, or maybe a little bit older. But there was like a dude who would be like, just do all this ridiculous things to promote Old Spice in a commercial. And like one of his things was like swan dive into like this world of, I don't know, scent, probably good scents and whatever. And that's what I heard. It was like this dude going swan dive, and they showed me a swan. So I feel like for you, it is time to take a leap of faith, or you're in the middle of one and it's going to work out. And again, kind of seems similar to the collective reading. One of the messages, like you might be like afraid it's not going to work out, but it will. And maybe there's some type of redirection in the middle of the leap of faith, and like you land somewhere different than you thought you would, but it's like perfect and works out. So try not to fear your leaps of faith right now, or especially if you're forced into one by the universe. You're only forced into a leap of faith by the universe because you're supposed to go that way. Typically, Or that's like the only, I don't want to say only way, but that might be like the only way like things are going to work out, or that's just your next step. So sometimes when your choices are pigeonholed, that's the universe saying like, you have to go this way. Like this is the right way to go, no, regardless of what it seems. Or maybe that's like the only way to get you to where you need to go or something. So try not to judge it right now, but trust it's leading to a good place. Wormholes have been showing up a lot for these readings. Give me one second here. And it's almost like a funnel that leads to a wormhole is what they're showing me. So if you are pigeonholed into like a choice or going a certain direction, it's actually almost metaphorically like a wormhole that just gets you to where you need to go. And it could like change your entire reality or like show you something you need to see that changes everything. So trust it, is what I'd say. We kind of mentioned this in the collective as well, but there's this message about like a cord from the past leaving. So there might be something that maybe energetically you feel is like it's tugging at you. Maybe it's more metaphorical, but it's almost like tugging at you in a way where like you just feel tugged back to the past. You're like always thinking about this thing. Like you're like, why do I keep thinking about this thing? I feel like that's about to leave, which is good. So you'll be more future focused and focused on like building is something I'm getting and like creating a better life for yourself. So that's going to be positive. I also just get this message you deserve a better life. Like you don't deserve to be focused on like all these past things that went wrong or all the times love didn't work out. It's like there's a better future for you. So it's kind of time to move away from the past. As some of the collective readings were saying as well. They're showing me an angel next here. You are divinely protected and guarded. You are divinely shepherded properly. Let me sit with this for a second here. There's like a lot of guardian angels around you is what I'm hearing, which is not a phrase I typically hear like that, but that's okay. That could just be for you, and that's why I'm hearing it that way. So it's like you don't need to worry about your path. You like don't need to freak out about the way things are going. You kind of just need to focus on like you and what's next and like what immediately needs to be taken care of. Because you might be up here like focused on this big picture of your life. You're like, oh, how am I going to overcome this obstacle? How am I going to overcome this? How am I going to work out? How am I going to work around this potential thing that could happen? And like what I'm hearing is like, okay, like, hey, simmer down. Like, let's focus a little bit smaller so you're not freaking out. Just like what's here. Like, what do you need to focus on next? What do you need to do next? What's the next step for you? Because it's like all this is taken care of. Like you're freaking out over nothing, kind of, or you are. So, excuse my hand motions. Like you're gonna be okay, but it's like, what do you need to do next for you? What's your next self-care thing? What's your next step forward? So try to focus on one step at a time, one day, 1 week at a time, not get lost in even like big goals and dreams. Like, how do I make it happen? Or what if my life goes entirely wrong? It's like, it won't entirely go wrong. And if something does happen, you can rebuild, so it's not the end of the world. And you might be able to rebuild really quickly. So try not to lose sight of how the universe has infinite methods available to help you if something goes wrong or you feel like something collapses. The universe has very interesting ways sometimes, of course, but it's like taken care of. Things are taken care of. Like focus on you right now and your next steps. Next thing they'd like to get to here, they're borrowing from a similar visual from the collective as well with jellyfish showing up here, but they're showing someone like riding a giant jellyfish like through the sea. But it's actually more about like your mode of transportation changing, probably metaphorically. It could be literal for some of you where like you get a new car or something. It could be more metaphorical, and I'm going to explain that in just a second here. So like if you were to think of like Aquaman in like the ocean, and I haven't watched the Aquaman movies of like the recent ones, so I don't know if he rode animals through the sea or not. I think he did in like the old cartoons. I think I remember seeing that. But if you're like Aquaman metaphorically and you're riding a jellyfish through the ocean, that's probably like the slowest way you could go, unless you have one heck of a jellyfish that you found, or maybe it's like a shark dressed as a jellyfish or something like that. But I digress. So like your change of mode of transportation might be like, I'm going to ride this dolphin instead, or I'm going to ride this like whale or this 2 like sailfish that go really fast or something like that. So there's some way you move about your life that's changing and like upgrading. And maybe slow is what you needed for a time. Maybe you just needed to chill out. Maybe it's relaxing to ride the jellyfish, but you might have a change of gears coming is something I'm getting. The other message with this here is your life is going to be moving fast is the other thing they're kind of just saying here. Like things are going to be changing. It's like life in the fast lane is what they're showing me. I don't know why they're showing me this book. Should I mention this? Overall, yes, but I'm a little iffy on it. But it's Millionaire Fastlane is the book. I haven't read this in so long. I read this in like my early 20s. And I'm not even saying I'm recommending it for you unless you're like called to it. There's some good information on it, as far as wealth building, I'd say. But I'm also getting it's not the book for you guys, so whatever. But they showed me like that book, but it was more about like the fast lane is and maybe that was a sign for you in some way, but it was more about the fast lane thing here. And I just feel like things are fast tracking, or it's time to shift into the fast lane and like really move is what I'm getting, and not kind of dilly dally as much, which lines up. But what else on this one here? And the universe is going to shift you there. You might not have to do anything, but that's going to be happening. So the next thing they'd like to get to here, they're on Aquaman again. We're back on Aquaman here. Okay, so if you think of Aquaman, the superhero, and he has like, I don't know if he has control of fish or he communicates with fish, and the fish are like, heck yeah, we help you, Seaman. But if all the fish died, or they all like kind of started to die off and their numbers dwindled, he'd kind of have less like power, or he'd kind of like be less effective with that ability, at least, because like there weren't any sea creatures in like a polluted ocean, for example. So how this pertains to you as a message is like making sure your life is sustainable for you, and what you're doing is sustainable. You're not like super overburdening yourself, or like trying to sprint for like the next 12 years of your life, instead of taking things at like a sustainable pace for you. Because if you run out of juice, you run out of juice. And that's like, you have to replenish the juice. Like if you run out of batteries, you're out of batteries. Like you got to replenish the batteries. So sustainability is going to be a key right now, is something I'm getting for you guys. And because if you run out of fish to fuel your fish telepathy mayhem, it's kind of like, well, all right, you're kind of, then what? Like, and like, what do you do? Like, so make sure you're recharging your batteries. Make sure your world is sustainable for you. Don't put yourself in situations you can't sustain long term. Don't break your back trying to carry the weight of the world. Like, take things one thing at a time, is something I'm saying for you again. I feel like that's going to be helpful here. What's the best way to say this beyond that? Also, don't spend all your energy on things that don't matter, is something I'm getting to say as well. Like, if you've got work that needs to be done, like, don't spend, and like, you need to really focus on your business. Like, make sure you're prioritizing. Like, don't spend 12 yards, like, mowing and raking the lawn and, taking out like nail clippers to like make sure the grass is all this specific length for 12 hours and be like, oh, I'm too tired to work on this thing. It's like, no, like, make sure you're on it with all that and like putting the effort into the things where it matters, and not just like expending energy everywhere and like, why can't I do this work? Why can't I focus? It's like, well, you just spent like 11 hours like I don't know, helping someone move when you were getting not to help them move, but you felt bad or something like that. So as an example, anything else on that? The other thing I'm getting right now, they're showing like a toothbrush, and someone's like cleaning a bathtub with a toothbrush. And it's one thing if you're trying to clean out the grout in the tile or something, but what I'm hearing is, and this is a different message, there are more effective ways to get to where which makes sense with the jellyfish message as well, like get to where you're trying to go, or like do some of the things you're trying to do. If you're trying to do something in your world or get a result and it's not working, look into other methods. As an example here, maybe you're trying to grow a following to sell toothpaste. I don't know, it's an example. And the way you're doing this is you post dog videos, and it's not even dog toothpaste. You're posting dog videos, like 5-second dog videos on like YouTube. And you're like, why aren't my 5-second dog videos selling my toothpaste? It's like, well, okay, maybe you need to get on TikTok and post about toothpaste, you know, as an example. Or maybe like there's things you're doing that you think they're lining up and they should line up and work, but you're about to be shown a different way to try that's going to work a lot better. So there's just more efficient ways to do some of the things you're doing where you feel like you're wasting a lot of energy, or you're not getting results for the work you're putting in. And I'd really seek out those ways and like learn about those topics, learn from other people, take a course, look it up on YouTube, as long as it's not a 5-second dog toothpaste video and joke. You get it, you know? So just seek out more effective solutions for the things that just aren't working, or you feel like Sisyphus, is it Sisyphus that pushes the boulder up the hill in Greek stories or whatever? That guy. What I'm hearing is like things should be kind of cruising right along for you right now. They shouldn't be like such a grind that like you're doing 12 hours of work and like nothing happens. And you know, sometimes there's periods of life where we need to do that work to set things up, and we are grinding for 12 hours. We're getting valuable information and feedback by the work we're doing and getting it back. But if it's been like a year and you're still not getting the feedback or the effectiveness that you're looking for, and you've you know, it's not working, like try something else is what I'd say. To kind of summarize this in a better way for you, don't beat your head against the wall, try new things. If you find yourself beating your head against the wall for a while, like a month or however long. Next thing they'd like to get to for you, they are on this like fish kick right now, I guess. But there's this fish. It's about intuition. I feel like your intuition is going to be flowing more. If you felt blocked up with that, that's going away. I feel like you're removing the blockages to that, or someone will, or something will happen to do that, or you're getting away from the things that are blocking that. Maybe you find like you have better intuition when you drink less energy drinks, and you're like, oh yeah, I'm going to stop that. I'm going to drink coffee and tea instead, and your intuition gets way better. Or maybe, yeah, things like that. I don't think you need to worry too much about that, but I just see blockages to intuition leaving and just things flowing a bit more with that here. I know this might be a bit shorter than usual, but that's pretty much the reading, and some of these might be a little bit briefer, just because of some of the work you've already done today with the other readings. But they're showing me a toothpick and like weird message, but some of the things you're nitpicking in life are leaving. If you're like, things would just be perfect if this little thing was fixed. I feel like it's actually getting fixed. Or you'll have the opportunity to fix like all the little burdens and things that annoy you throughout your day to day, or the solutions will come. So actually, I think that's cool. And sometimes when those things are gone, we just feel a lot better. So that's cool with all of that here. So I hope that helped, resonated, to whatever was for you is good. Another last second message. If you feel like you're planting seeds for the future, that's perfect right now. So I'll just say that here. So hope that helped, resonated, whatever was for you is good. Welcome, Kat. I'm going to move to the earth signs in a bit, but I'm going to hang out with y'all before we do that. Oh, totally. Who said that? Out and about, you said it's funny how when things that have bugged you leave, or, you know, sometimes they leave and you're like, you never think about them again. Yeah, I hear that. I understand that totally. You're welcome, Lauren. Glad to hear it. Always resonates. That resonated. Thank you. You're welcome, Gigi. Completely bang on, Brandon. Thank you for letting me know, and you are welcome. I'm so glad to hear it. I did do the fire signs. So we just finished fire. We're moving on to earth, air, and water next. We might do another full channel, and we'll see where I'm going there. Just read your newsletter. Love it. Awesome. I'm glad to hear it, Dana. I'm glad you love it. I'm glad it was helpful or did whatever is for the highest good. Always good to hear. Came just in time for fire. Perfect timing. Yeah, and you know, sometimes if something doesn't resonate right away, like just pay attention to what shows up in the future, and it might make sense, you know, or show up in the, you know, next little while here, where like you look back, you're like, oh, I get it now, or something like that. Something like pops up or happens. Usually I'd say they probably resonate at the moment you're watching it, but that's what I was getting to say really quickly too on that. Oh, earth, air, water. Nice. It's your time, earth, air, water, people. I'm actually getting to start the earth sign, so we are going to do that. So if you have an earth sign, sun, moon, or rising, this is meant to be for you when you see it. I know I'm flowing a little quickly, but hopefully that works for you guys too. And we're just going to flow with the channel messages coming through from my spirit guides, the angels, and source. And the first thing they're showing me is corn for you guys. And the words I'm getting with the corn are above average. I do feel like you are up-leveling out of the weeds of life is what I'm hearing. Like you're going to be standing out in a positive way. And that could be in the dating scene. That could be like on social media. That could be in your workplace. I feel like it's going to be positive as well, but you're like meant for higher. You're not meant to be like average or maybe even like attaining average results in certain things in your life or everything in your life. You're meant to be going higher. So I feel like, I don't know how this is going to resonate, but the universe is lifting you out of average. And it could even be like maybe you're in average circumstances and you don't deserve that. Like you deserve something above that. And like the universe is lifting you to that. And, you know, sometimes other people around us or in the world might think that we do deserve average. It's not really up to what they think. It's like, what does the universe think? And by think, I use that term loosely for the universe because it's more like the universe knows, you know, like what does the universe know? I just don't feel like you deserve average for some reason, or you don't deserve to be average, like as a person. I just feel like you deserve better, either results or whatever. But I also feel like a lot of average things are like leaving where it's like, maybe you've been like manifesting the best and, you're getting like average results. I feel like the universe is like finally like in gear with like, okay, now the best can show up. Or like now the best we have to offer in this area can show up for you. It's like, you're ready for it. You've earned it. Or, you know, it's just time. So things like that are happening as well. But there's really this message about you being elevated above the crowd in some way. Whether in a particular area or in general. And it's not about you having a big head or big ego. It's probably something you've earned is what I'd say. And it could be a reward for something, but that could be really cool for you. Next thing they're kind of getting to is like, there's this farmer and now he is mowing down the corn. It's about a harvest and you guys are going to be harvesting a lot soon, like in the next month or two from whenever you're seeing this is what I'd say. You're going to be harvesting a lot in your world. It's like time to receive for the earth signs. It's like you've waited long enough or you've been going without that for too long, some of you at least, and it's time to receive. So that receiving is really opening wide. You're going to be receiving a lot and it's time, which is really cool. Or you've been putting the work to put things in place to receive. Metaphorically, you might be watering your crops. You might be tending to them throughout the growing season. And now it's time to receive what you put work into to harvest or to position yourself to receive or something like that, whether that's money, friendship, a change in your life, whatever it is, promotion, upgrade somewhere, upgrade to you, etc. Here. I do feel like you are upgrading on that note, like personally, like on a channeling, if you channel like on a channeling level or on an etheric level, like you're upgrading big. And that's like some of what this next season is about for you is like assimilating upgrades, upgrading further, grounding in previous upgrades more, or just grounding in current upgrades you're going through, something like that. I'm not saying this correctly. Just no upgrades are coming into you and your world, and it's like a time of upgrades as well. You might have a bit of a clearing for the highest good that happens as that happens, but you can handle it, is what I'd say. I don't feel like it's going to be an issue. So back to the corn analogies that they're really loving right now. Next thing they're moving into is like this cornfield is now like, or we're moving to a corn maze. If you've ever seen those in some of the autumn seasons in certain areas of the world. And if your life is a maze right now, or like confusing like that, I feel like you're about to be lifted out of the maze or given a bird's eye view so you can navigate it better. It might not mean everything comes easy. Like you'll still have to navigate the maze. You'll still have to figure out where you are and some of the things like that. But it's going to greatly increase your like chances and opportunity to successfully navigate this area, a job, a situation you're in, like your life, is really going to help you, and it will bring greater ease in general. So you're not going to be lost in the sauce is what I'd say. I feel like you're going to be navigating life perfectly with this map or whatever you're given, this understanding, whatever comes into kind of this intuitive visual and the channel message is talking about. And you're just going to be navigating life way better than before, or things way better than before is what I'm getting. And sometimes we're in areas of confusion because the universe wants us to sit still, work behind the scenes. There's just a lot going on. There's change within us or externally, and we can't always just beat up on ourselves if we're in that zone. However, we don't have to stay like that, and things are changing for you to bring clarity. And that bird's eye view, I suppose you could say, that helps you get through this period. There is more with this, however, though. You might be helping, metaphorically, other people navigate this maze of life or this time period we're in. And the message with that, let me see here. It's okay to do that. Don't listen to people who don't know what they're doing. So if you're like an expert mechanic, for example, I almost want to say mechanist, but I don't think that's the same thing as a mechanic. And I don't know, I'd have to sit or remember what the difference is between the two, but we're in the middle of a reading. So sometimes they describe those things to me, or sometimes they're just like, move on. But if you're like an expert mechanic or something, like you wouldn't listen to the newbie on like how to fix an engine you've fixed 1 million times, or build this machine you've built 10 million times. You'd be like, no, those wires don't go there. Like, you're going to kill yourself. Don't do that. Let me stay with it for a second longer. So like, trust, if you know better, like trust yourself. Like an example that's coming out is you've been channeling for a while. Don't listen to someone who's been channeling for 3 months about how it works. It's like, you already know, better. If someone like tells you how to run your business and they like just like read a book or like watched a course on it, and like, yeah, maybe they picked up some really great knowledge or things, but they might not have the experience to like see how that should be put into practice. And it might not be the right fit for you and what you're doing. So listen to yourself. So it's okay to help others, but don't get lost in the sauce listening to them. If they're caught in the same maze you are and they don't have a map, does that make sense right now? And it reminds me of our earlier talk a little bit in this live about like dating coaches and things like that, where it's just like, they might suck at dating as much as everyone else, but they're trying to make money at it or something, or they think they're great. Or something, I don't know. Or maybe they have something that's really going for them, and they don't realize like what it actually is that's working for them. And they think it's this other thing, and they like are talking about this other thing, but it's not, or maybe it's just the comment sections on a lot of videos where it's like, girls only like XYZ, guys only like XYZ. It's like, maybe don't listen to everyone else who's lost in the sauce and angry and wounded. Maybe you should go with your intuition, of course. But what you know to be true, and some of what you've experienced and things like that. So don't get pulled down to the level of the people you're helping or guiding or helping to bring healing to, whatever it is that you're doing. If that makes sense. Anything else on that here? Okay. The other thing this could mean that they're showing me is like, it also means like when you're navigating your own life, don't just listen to anyone. Don't just listen to like your parents, or your jealous brother, or, or a friend who is drunk one night and they're like, you know what you need? You just need to go. I don't know. I was going to say something ridiculous. I don't know if I have the words for it, but they might just say something really off the wall that is not going to help you. And your job is to kind of navigate things in the ways you know to be true to you, instead of just heeding the opinions of others. An example they're telling me to tell you is one time this was before I was really in this zone with like intuition and channeling. And I had this friend, and my mindset at the time was like, oh, this is my best friend. We've known each other for years. They know me so well. They probably already know what's right for me. I should take their advice. And like, there was something in me still like intuitively, which now I would probably just, my guys would be like, no, don't do that. And I'd be like, okay. But it was like a feeling, and it was like it was kind of more deep down or like under the surface, like, but they'd be like, oh yeah, you should totally date this person exclusively. You should ask them to move in with you. It'll be great. But I think they were also invested in, like, because they gave me advice in that direction before, like they wanted to see it work out. Looking back on it or something like that might not be the perfect explanation of it, but it's at least close to home. Or maybe they really did think that was best, but turned out to be terrible advice. Like it totally, I'm not going to say it went wrong. There were good things that came out of it in the long term and all that. But looking back, I'm like, no, like that wasn't the right move. Like that's not what I really felt called to do in that moment either. So try to listen to yourself is what I'd say, along with the opinions of others. So anyways, let's get back to what they'd like to get to next with the reading. Give me 1 second to sit with this. Cheetah spirit animals, the next thing showing up here. They're just kind of saying like, hey, be on your toes. Like things are gonna be moving quickly because they're, cheetahs are fast and stuff like that. Not cheetahs, like the big cats. And, things are gonna be moving fast. They really want you to be on your toes with the changes. They really would like you to be prepared. So if you have a thought to like do something like, oh, I should do this thing just in case XYZ happens, or I should write this thing for my business or my work now because I'm feeling like really good and I want to write it now, and instead of like putting it off to tomorrow, like just kind of do those things, because like something might come up tomorrow where it's like, I don't even have time to write that thing, and then you're like cramming all this stuff in, and then you don't sleep enough the next day, and it things like that's an example. But make sure you're taking care of things as you think about it. If it's something you can do right away, make sure you're really paying attention as well to like signs and synchronicities, like what people are saying, like under the surface or between the lines. Make sure you're paying attention to even how you're feeling to things, like as you say things, as you do things. It's just going to be important that you're paying attention on your toes, not just what's the best way to say this? Caught with your pants down or something. I don't know. Metaphorically. Let's see where they'd like to go next here. So, spirit animal kick. Elephant spirit animal showing up next. Usually that's about obstacle removal. And there might be some things in your world that now or soon that you think are obstacles that actually aren't. It could be something that is like an obstacle, but it's actually a roadblock, like, hey, go a different direction. Or, it could like look like there's an obstacle, but the second you like go that direction, it just like crumbles, and then like you're able to move forward. And it's like it was almost more like an illusion, or you just didn't realize like what was going on with that thing. So here's the best way to. I'm gonna do my best to like say this. Well, what are the words here? I'm gonna ask them to give me the words here, as I'm usually doing with this. Don't let an obstacle stop you. Either let it redirect you, or move towards it and see if that becomes an easier path for you as that obstacle crumbles or something like that. I don't know. An example is like, this is a random one. Maybe you want to record music and like you think you can't record music with your current, technology situation, but maybe you just need to buy an old computer and do it. Maybe you have a mic, you just need to buy an old computer, plug it in, and start fresh with like the computer situation or something like that. Or maybe not an old one, but like a cheaper one. Like maybe you don't need MacBook Pro. Maybe you just need, a refurbished old desktop computer that's going to work fine for the next 5 years and play with that or something like that, which kind of sounds different than what I was saying beforehand, but could still be relevant in some way for you guys here. So we're moving back to the corn analogies here. And at this point in this visual, they've shown you making it out of this maze that we were in. So we're continuing on our journey. But it's almost like you exit out of this maze or this like phase you're in, and the world is completely different. It almost is like you took a rocket ship to another planet. And it was interesting because you exited out of this corn maze. There was like a space shuttle, like a NASA space shuttle or something like that. And it was either like you were entering into the space shuttle to go to a new world, or you exited and you were like exited this maze and you were in a new world. And sometimes we're really focused on something and the world is changing around us, and like we finally like accomplish something like, I don't know, in a business or a situation, and then we look outside the window at the rest of our life, we're like, oh my God, what happened? Like the landscape's completely different. So it's not like a bad thing here. What's the message here? There's just a lot changing around you. And you might be very focused on certain things, or like some of the changes that find you immediately where you're not like noticing it as much. But you are moving into a different world, or you will soon, or something might be about to like blast off that changes everything for you. Take that, how it shows up, of course, and how it resonates. As far as why that's important to hear right now, you might be disconcerted, but everything's actually fine, is what I'm hearing. It's just like something different to navigate. Or you might just be kind of surprised by it, but it's like there's nothing really wrong. Like, I don't know, weird message, but try not to get freaked out by that if you notice something like that, where all of a sudden like your world around you is just completely different, or you just, the world's in a different place or something like that. You're right where you're meant to be if that happens. You know, I do feel like you're about to move out of a metaphorical winter season. If you felt like abundance has been slim, or things just haven't been happening for you, things have been a bit more frozen. So you are moving into like a metaphorical summer of more like abundance, of plenty, things flowing, things moving, things happening. So if you felt like stuck with that winter period, like that's going to stop, which is good. So they're done with that. I hope that helped resonate. Do whatever was for your highest good. Timeline jump, very possible. And we're going to move on to the air signs in a second, but we're going to take a quick breather, and I'm going to hang out, drink water, of course, and stuff like that. How does it get any better than this? You're welcome. You're welcome, Sober Girl. I'm glad it resonated. I don't know why they're telling me to talk about this, but I put a bunch of foam up to help. You can see it behind me. Help with the sound in the room, but I feel like it's still echoey slightly, or like there's still some of that like reverb effect. So I don't know if I need to get like more foam. But I feel like the walls are going to be very foamy if I keep going with that. But I don't know. Hopefully the sound is good for you guys in the meantime, while I figure all that out. What's new with me? Been working. Been working on a lot of things. I feel like it's time to work on a lot of new things is what I'd say as well. I also kind of feel like changes are just naturally happening with things. So for some reason, I also feel called to say, like, oh, what's new with you? I'm like, you'll see. So maybe that's the better way for me, a good way for something for me to say is like way to phrase it as well. But things are good overall. Just taking action. Sound is perfectly fine. Good. Glad to hear it. Have you tried a little bit of like with the direction I'm facing? I will adjust that. Thank you for mentioning that, because it could very well be my position in the room, and I might play with that in a second after the live, probably not now, just to see if that helps the reverb effect. But you might be very right on that with that. For sure. Action definitely has been a strong message. Had justice come in this week in a big way. Perfect. Awesome. Glad to hear it. Action has been a theme right now. Like I have a lot of you probably know, but I have the free newsletter. And if you don't know, you can sign up for that on my website, where I have channel messages. Right now I do channel advice on the week ahead, and also channel messages on the month ahead. And action has really been a big theme starting like last week. But it's also, I think I have the channel messages on the week ahead haven't dropped yet. Those should be coming out tomorrow. But action is another theme for, again, like going forward. So I do feel like it can be action time for a lot of people right now, like this next month, this next while. Especially if you're someone who's felt like stuck in the reeds, if this makes any sense metaphorically in life, or like maybe you don't feel like you can see your way forward. It's just like, just take that next step, like keep moving forward, start taking action, and you'll kind of find your way out of like the confusion, or it's just kind of time to maybe work your way out of maybe even situations you feel stuck, or maybe that's not the best way to say it, but work your way out of the reeds, I guess. I think sometimes it's tempting to like sit still when that happens, and you're just kind of like lost in the reeds. I don't know why reeds is the thing they keep saying with this, but it might just be time to like try your idea, you know, try the next step, put one foot in front of the other and see where it leads, and just take action on what you know you need to do at the very least. Maybe even if you're not sure, could be helpful. But I don't feel like that's the perfect message either. So take that as it resonates. I'm replenishing first. Great idea, honestly. Add a plant or tree. Ooh, that's a great idea, Michelle. Thank you. I didn't even think about that. It's going to just be me in the center of the room with like 12 fir trees around me. It'll be me and the trees. I don't know though. Those plants can start taking, I'm about to make a joke, but I feel like I have pretty good self-control when it comes to buying plants, but I was going to make a joke about how the plants can take over really quickly. Like you buy one and you're like, I must have more. And then all of a sudden it's like, you have this type. You're like, oh, that type's cool. And you have this type. And all of a sudden there's like 20 plant pots like in your table by the window exclusively for plants. And they're, you know, growing vines around you as you sit and record. But guilty, yeah. Put lights on mine. I love that. I think that's cool. I used to have which I actually now think is not a unique thing. I've seen many things online afterwards about it, but to me at the time it was a unique thing like 10 years ago where I had like a Christmas cactus. Like I didn't get a Christmas tree or anything. I just had this like plant. It was one of those like more like succulent style plants or cactus style plants that didn't need a lot of water. And I just like put like a ribbon on it. I'm like, it's the Christmas cactus. And it was a little silly, but it worked, I guess. Okay. Drought flowers, my best friends. Ooh, I'll have to look into those. So they would like me to start the air signs reading. We're going to jump into that now, I guess. So we'll hang out more in the future. If you have an air sign, sun, moon, rising, this is for you when you see it. I'm going to channel messages for you. Just flow with the channel messages that are coming through for you and the intuitive messages coming through for you. For my spirit guides, the angels, and source. And if it's for the highest good, yours will join in as well for the highest good of all of us, you know, right for both of our systems, etc. And the first thing I hear for you is flow as I sit down for this reading and start going into it. Like, I feel like I've said this to you a lot, but flow returning, more flow coming into your world. Anything you can do to bring in flow to your world, if you have any techniques for that, I would do that. Anything you can do to like, I don't know, they're showing me something akin to, I forget what it's called. Sometimes I don't know, you know, decluttering your space so the energies flow better. Feng shui. Sorry, you know what I tried to say. You know, decluttering a space so that energy flows better, or decluttering your car so it like frees up this energy for you in a way. Like, or maybe even just like decluttering your mind, getting your thoughts down on a piece of paper to like get more flow going. Or maybe you're called to like Qigong or arts or something that gets you into the flow more. Whatever you feel called to, or whatever techniques you have, I just feel like that's a good idea. Either getting you into a flow state or opening up energetic flow could like open it up in your life at large a bit more, or it could be a step in that direction, or it's just returning and the flow needs to return here. They're showing someone who's like parched and it's like this like well is dried out, or this like this river is dried out, but then it's kind of like this like dam bursts and all of a sudden like this flood kind of comes in, so or it starts raining and it finally starts to fill back up. So if you've been at like a drought for flow, I feel like that's returning in big ways, or just movements returning. If you felt like a dormant plant, speaking of plants, we were talking about plants right before the reading, if you're new or just showed up or are watching this, you know, on YouTube. Next thing, funny enough, they are also showing me a cactus here. This cactus is like retracting its needles. And the message I heard is like about prickly things leaving. I get this message in certain readings from time to time, but if you've been like brushing up against prickly people, situations that have been like pricking you, or just like a thorn in your side or hurting you, it's either time to move away from those, or those situations are just kind of like leaving if it's out of your control. Like my very obvious advice would be like, if you're getting stabbed by a cactus, like move away from the cactus. So kind of same if you can with like people. Same if you can with like situations that keep burning you. Like you wouldn't keep your hand on the stovetop if it kept burning you. Probably you'd learn to take your hand off of it. So either certain like prickly situations are leaving, or you're going to be moving away from prickly situations as you recognize them and stop getting stabbed by the metaphorical cactus here. There's also a message, for another group of you, or it could be in addition to this, where something from the past returns that was prickly, but is like no longer prickly. It's like ready for you. And it could have been like, maybe you tried to like do the example I'm getting is business, and like it didn't work out, and it was really rough, and you're like, I can't believe I tried this, I'm never doing this again. And then like the same opportunity comes back like 10 years later, and you're like, oh, do I want to try this again? But it's like the thorns are removed or something like that, and it's a cuddly cactus now that is nice to the touch. I don't know, and you're able to like traverse it this time. Like you have the preparation for it. Maybe you have the metaphorically the clothing for it, where it's like you can take this path without getting stabbed, or you just have a better mindset, whatever it is. Or it could be, like a person that's like a friend returning from the past, and they're not as like brutal towards you, or they've changed and they're kind now, as an example. And take that as it resonates, and do your due diligence on that. Don't just assume that that your ex is great now, and to run back to them. But that's something that is coming in as a message as well here. They're showing me art next. I would really make sure you're expressing yourself, putting your expression out there. I feel like people need to hear your voice or what you have to say, or you just need to get things onto paper and out of your system. I think that's the second time I just said that to you today, something similar where journaling to get your thoughts out, or if you channel to yourself, that could be helpful if you do that. Making sure you're not holding it all in is something that's kind of important as well. Even if it's in a relationship, you need to like find ways to have conversations with people when things bother you, instead of bottling it up and exploding. Very important that you're listening to your intuition on that, and like expressing things or getting things out. In a weird way, life might become stagnant if you don't, is what I'm hearing. Not to like scare you into doing this, but so whether it's like art and like creative expression, or it's having conversations you need to have, speaking your mind a bit more, just journaling and getting things out so it's not in your head over and over again, whatever it is, gonna be helpful for sure. And if you need like blue crystals that help with the throat chakra to help, blue kyanite, sodalites, there's all sorts, of course, but that most blue crystals help with the throat chakra in some way. Maybe not all, maybe there's exceptions, but usually when you look at the little cards at the shops or look it up, there's like, this helps with your communication and expression. This works with the throat chakra. You're like, oh, didn't see that coming with this blue crystal, but except I did. Anyways, I digress. Sorry. And sure, there's some that are blue that might not be the main message, like Trollite, I believe, if that's how you say it, is one of them. But you get it. Let's move on here. Let's see what else they have to say for you here. They're showing this visual of you like tunneling underground and like not in a bad way burying yourself in the earth, but kind of like burying yourself in the earth, but it's to like heal. It's to like release. It's to come back to center. So you might find yourself cocooning a little bit right now, like away from people. And you might still be taking action on things where you're like, oh, I'm still working on XYZ project and recording in my house, or, working on a business or whatever you do, or just making moves in your life. But you might not be like going out as much, or you might not be getting around people as much as you used to. I feel like that's fine. I feel like you might need some alone time to recharge, or to just release energies that aren't yours, or just to release energies in general that would be good for you to release. You might also need some alone time to like figure out a certain direction for yourself or make the right choices, because maybe you're kind of getting pulled around by everyone else's voice and everyone else's words and what your friend thinks you should do. What the podcast told you to do. And maybe you just need some like alone time without the too much input that's going to confuse you or pull you away from your own voice for yourself, which might not be the right message, because it's mainly about release and just taking time for you to recharge, but it's also about getting clarity on like next steps or what to do. And I feel like getting alone could help with that, or is going to help you recharge right now. And sometimes we just get all the input we need from others, whether it's through movies, through art, through television, through social media, through podcasts, and you might still resonate with like watching certain things or whatever that helps you. And you don't have to just completely cut that out. But sometimes there's a point where we get enough input and we have to start moving into output mode, if that makes sense. Or something like that, where, okay, you've gone out, you lived your life, you've watched all this stuff, you've got imbibed this message, you've imbibed this art. What are you going to create now? And sometimes, again, it's about a flow of input and output. If you're a creative person, where you get some input, you get some output, you get some input, you get some output, and it kind of becomes like a flow of creativity in a way, instead of like you always have to be the one creating, or you just consume. And sure, sometimes we might lean one way a bit more on the scale than the other at certain times, or as people, maybe we're wired a bit more one way on the scale than the other, and that's okay. Keep in mind, creativity can also mean different things besides just like making an art piece, or making music. It can also be like, creativity is in building a business, creating experiences for each other, throwing a party, and like putting all that creativity into like, oh, how's this going to go? How's this going to be decorated? What's the experience for people going to be like? Maybe even in conversation, sometimes you can have creative ways of saying things, or things just kind of flow, all that stuff. But and there's more, of course, to it that you could say about all that. But it's just like almost also time for output. And I know like cocoon to some people can mean like not doing anything. I kind of just more mean like taking a break from certain people or things, and like you could be like cocooning, but it's to like take action in your cocoon, and create things, and then you come out of your cocoon and share them and get more input. And I don't know, you get it. If I was going to get a summary that explained it better for you guys though, cocoon in this instance doesn't mean stop doing things. It means it's time to create in your own bubble in some way, is what they said, within reason. Next, what they'd like to get to here, let me sit with them for a second. So I feel like things are going to be leaping towards you. Sometimes we have to take a leap of faith. We have to take action. Sometimes the world like leaps towards us. It's like, here's this circumstance. Like, here's this job offer. Here's this thing being brought to you. Here's someone asking you out, or something like that. So there's going to be a lot leaping towards you. Just make sure you're staying centered. And what I'm hearing to say is trusting your yeses and nos, and trusting what you feel called to in the moment. I feel like you're going to make the right choice regarding all that. Trust your intuition, of course, and all that, how you're guided in the moment too. But sometimes we doubt ourselves after the fact, and we're like, why did I say no to that guy? Or like, why did I say no to that thing like that? But sometimes you can just trust your answer in the moment, when something like suddenly leaps up on you and you're like, this, boom. And maybe you're not sure why you can trust it, but you can. And don't beat up on yourself is what I'd say. I don't feel like you're going to have any regrets or anything like that. So it looks like you're kind of cocooning and things are leaping towards you in some way, shape, or form. Even if that just means staying inside and talking to your cats and making a quilt, whatever. Next here, they're showing me orange juice, but this orange juice is kind of spilled, like tipped over and spilled for a second. Let me sit with this for a second. If you've made a lot of mistakes either recently or just in the past, like things can still be rectified. It doesn't mean your life is ruined, because spilling orange juice might make a mess in the present. It might be annoying. Things smell like citrus for the next couple days. Maybe you get ants for a second, but you can clean it up. You can be thorough so the ants don't show up. It could be like nothing ever happened. You can get that $5 or whatever back that you spent on the juice. So try not to see your mistakes as fatal, even if it seems really big, because a year later, it might not be a big deal. And I don't know if you need an example, but that's just something they're saying really quickly about that, is like not to beat up on yourself too much about mistakes or see it as like, no matter what, life is ruined. It's just like, a year later, you might not even think about it. Things will be better than ever. It's like it never happened, or better. So keep that in mind as well. And I don't think you're going to make mistakes as big as you think, so keep that in mind. Next thing they're showing me is this squid. The word escape is showing up, and sometimes when they show me a squid or octopus, it has to do with like that ink sac, and they squirt the ink out to like escape from predators or things like that here. I feel like you're escaping from people who wish you ill in some way, whether it's leaving a situation or you just kind of feel called to hang out with a friend group a little bit less, or you feel called away from certain things. If someone has been wishing you ill, I feel like you're going to be fine. Honestly, it's just, you'll know what to do. You'll be guided away from it. Or you might be leaving certain things and you're not sure why. And it's like, it turns out like, oh, that friend had it out for me. Or not to, you don't need to be paranoid about your friends right now. Or it's like, oh, that boss really didn't like me. Or this coworker was trying to get me fired, or something. I don't know. Just keep that in mind. Sometimes we don't realize who these people are, so be careful about prejudging that when you hear a message like this, or like thinking it's everybody. Just realize you're naturally going to be moved in the right directions is what I'd say. I know I made a joke about quilting a few minutes ago. They're showing me a quilt now. In the messages for you guys, which is actually cool, is like things are finally ready, because like Spirit was like making this quilt and put the final like patch on this quilt, and it's like ready to go. It's like resting now. So I feel like Spirit has a gift for you that's coming in, or a manifestation you've been waiting for. Maybe you even forgot about it, that's coming in soon, because sometimes quilts can take a long time to make, based on my understanding, but someone here who's like a professional quilter may be like, I knocked this out in like a day. I'm like, crazy, but cool. Oh my gosh, where are they going with this? Let me sit with this for a second here. It's just like time for this thing to come in. There's something that's like ready for you that wasn't before, that you've been waiting on. So that's going to be cool is what I'd say. And I feel like this is going to be whatever month you're seeing this in, like, because right now I'm hearing October, could be the next couple months, but I feel like it's sooner, like next week, next couple months, it's coming in. So I feel like that's kind of it for this reading though. There's one more thing. Really pay attention to the signs and synchronicities around you. You're going to be getting a lot, and they're going to be steering you in the right ways. And I'm hearing a weird phrase, like sometimes we think nothing is obvious, but everything is. And it's like, if you pay attention to your intuition, the signs, synchronicities, some of the things people are saying, like you're going to be guided very correctly. You kind of just need to come back to yourself and discern after the fact and be like, oh, I guess I was seeing this sign like 20 times to like start this thing, go this direction. I guess I'll try that. Or you might feel like confused for a second. You're like, wait a second. I was getting the message like 5 times earlier today to do this thing. Okay, I'm going to do this thing. So just really pay attention is what I'd say. Like you're being guided correctly, and it's going to be very obvious is what I'm getting. And I don't feel like it's going to be a big mystery. So I hope that helped, resonated, whatever is for you guys good. They're showing me a bluebird as I close out this reading. Bluebirds are a very positive omen, typically. For me, it's like the sun, it's like happiness, it's joy, it's things working out, it's positive shifts. It's like not needing to worry is something, but in a very positive way as well. So it's coming in for you guys as well. But I actually feel like that's for everybody listening, not just the air signs. So maybe someone just tuned in and they needed to hear that, which is fine. But blue jay is something they're showing me, bluebird, things like that. So hope that helped. Thank you for your blessing a few weeks ago. My son finally got into detox. Is getting up. So glad to hear it. And may that continue to go on the right track. May he continue to get help. I'm going to ask the angels to keep help watching over that and helping that. So I'm glad that helped, and I would definitely recommend, I was going to say something like you pray on it as well, or you set intentions on it as well. Like, should it be in the highest good? And I always like to set prayers like, hey, if it's for the highest good, should it be in the highest good? Universe, please help with the situation in the ways that would be best for all, or something like that. I don't know. Hopefully that helps, but I hope that keeps getting better is what I'd say. Jaybird is very significant. Perfect. All of it resonated. Perfect. Thanks for letting me know. Sober girl. You're welcome, Kim. I'm going to take a quick breather. We'll do water signs. What would you recommend for discerning which cactus in your life is still prickly or not anymore? I mean, the perhaps more obvious answer that I'm first hearing is like just through the results. Like, it's like the second you step towards it, what happens, or what does this person or situation show you? Like, how do you start to feel energetically about it? You can also, well, I just feel like it's going to unveil itself in some ways. Like, you're going to make the right move is what I'm hearing as well. And you'll know because the energy will be completely different is something I'm hearing as well for anyone listening. Like, the energy will not be the same, or that person or thing will like show you that the energy is not the same somehow. Even if it's more just like you're observing them and they do something, you're like, oh, that's not how they used to be, or something like that. I don't feel like I'm saying this right, so anything else I should say about it? The other thing is, like, you can like energetically like get the energy of how something's going to be before you step towards it or do it, and be like, okay, what will it be like if I date this person again? And you'll kind of get the energy of like what it will be like. So, and there's a couple of different things you can pay attention to. One, just how does that energy feel? Does it feel heavy? Does it feel light and free and exciting and like happy? And you might eventually, if it doesn't happen right away, get like your body reacts to the energy to tell you, like, if you start being like, or like, doing like a frown or something like that, and your body just automatically does that to show you, or like it's you smile and you're in joy and you're like, ah. So you can get different messages or intuition that way, or you can be like, okay, thanks. What will it be like if I step in this direction and welcome this person back into my life? And like, does it feel heavy? Does it feel like, oh, that's surprisingly good? Does it feel light? So that's one way to start working with your energy sensitivity. And as you ramp up your channeling and intuition, if you do that, if you're on that path, those will get brought in as well. So you might be like, how is this going to be? What's it going to be like if I do this? And you might get an intuitive visual of like, oh, it's like perfect, like the words perfect path and like balloons and celebration and angels clapping and like, yeah. Or you'd be like, okay, what will it be like if I do this? And then it's just like an angel digging a grave and like tossing you into it. And it's not like you're literally going to die. It's just like, this is going to be really bad for you. Like, don't go this way. Are just examples. So hopefully that's helpful for anyone as well. That's a helpful exercise, especially since the clairsentience is so sensitive for me. Perfect. Glad to hear it. Kim, I was getting, maybe not right now. I was kind of leaning towards no, as far as what I heard when I saw your question. I definitely, just as a heads up, I don't want this to turn into personal reading, craziness, because the second I answer one question, it's like 10 more take its place and becomes the flood, the never-ending flood. And I am so appreciative and honored that people would trust me with that and feel called to ask that question and have me channel on it. At the same time, with my own personal boundaries, it becomes too much after a time if I'm doing too much direct personal questions and readings in the lives. No, don't apologize, because you might not have realized that or anything like that, and I understand the temptation, but I'd probably say not right now, but you can sit with it and see what turns up here in a second here. You got to know for her too. Thanks, Christina. There we go. Verification. You appeared in my dream. I was about to go on stage and sing. Oh, that's cool. What should I say? I was going to say something else about it too. What would be nice for me to say about it here? Never mind. I was going to say something, but they're kind of telling me not to. So we're gonna move on here instead. Beep boop. Oh man, the upside down pineapple was eerily spot on for me. Went out last night and was propositioned. Dang. Well, there you go. I always love hearing about how, I don't know what the best thing to say here is, but how these messages turn up in people's worlds. But that's so funny to me that one turned up like that. Because to me, like doing the reading, I'm like, why is this turning up? Like, like what's going on with this? But then, like, of course, when I get the feedback, I'm like, oh, okay. Because I'm not usually, readings aren't usually like swinger centric, when I'm facilitating readings and all that, but whatever. If it happens, it happens. The message is the message, I guess. So we are going to start water signs in just a second here. We might do another full channel mode message. I am cruising right along with these a little bit just because we did extra today. So hopefully that's working out for you guys. You're enjoying the pace. You're having fun. You all having fun tonight. Microphone to the crowd. You're not loud enough. Random side note, but I think never mind. I was going to go into a random story, and I don't know if you wanted to hear about that, but I think the best one I heard of those, because you do that to, like, they do that every show and I watched like a TikTok and like the presenter was doing that. I'm like, they do that. Everyone does that every time, and I get like you want to warm up the crowd for the event or whatever. Get the energy going. But I think the best one was I went to like medieval times, and if you don't know what medieval times is, it's I don't know if it's outside of the US, but it's like this restaurant show thing where they have this arena and you sit in this like around this arena, and there's this choreographed like knights in armor like fighting each other in this like tournament, and there's a whole like story that plays out, and you wear these like paper crowns and whole thing. But I think one time that for some reason this sticks out to me so much, where I don't know why I remember this so vividly, where the person who was supposed to be like the presenter or like the host of the show, which is like the king over the kingdom, he's just like, he's like, are you guys ready for the tournament? And everyone's like, and he's like, this time with the chicken out of your mouths, because they like serve chicken and you're eating this like chicken while you're watching the show. And it stuck with me. And I don't know why I'm talking about this, but maybe it's just a fun fact. Fun fact, medieval times, chicken in the mouth. Don't yell with chicken in your mouth. The king will be mad. I don't know. I'm being silly now. So let's move on to maybe medieval times is synchronistic for someone out there. Have you missed Earth signs? Yeah. But I'll be, of course, anyone who missed like a sign or whatever, it's going to be reposted on YouTube probably in the next couple days, hopefully tomorrow. And, I'll have the timestamps in the description, so you can just like click to your reading and stuff like that. So you won't have to listen to me talk about medieval times and if you don't want to. Yeah, perfect. Unless you want to watch me talk about medieval times, in which case I could do that more. I can make this work. But I probably won't, because they are fun. They are really fun. I haven't been in quite a long time, but used to be a good time. There's a medieval time in Toronto. Oh, so it's in Canada? Cool. Everyone should listen to me talking about medieval times. Cool. All right. I'll keep that in mind. Would love to go, but live in the UK. That's fair. You guys have like actual castles you can go visit. But I know there's not like weird tournaments that are choreographed inside of them usually, so it might not be the same. And also that might be like a tourist thing. So you're like, we don't go to the castles in UK. That's what you Americans do. When you come to the UK, you sit in our castles, you ride our Ferris wheel, you eat our fish and chips, and then you leave. And then you watch Big Ben, and that's it. Oh, there you go. Nice. Every time England comes up, I crave fish and chips. I desire the fish and chips. And yeah, I don't know. Fun fact again, I'm probably gonna want fish and chips after this, and everyone in my life is gonna be like, okay. So that's another fun fact, is any type of like show in England, any type of mention, it's the fish and chips, the craving arises. So with curry sauce, that sounds amazing. I don't think I've tried it with curry sauce. Hush puppies are good. I'm sure that's really good too. So I know most of you showed up for readings and channeling, not me and Meetable Times and fishing chips, but hopefully it's a fun segue while we're here talking and hanging out. We're going to move on to the water signs probably now. Anything else before I move on to the water? I'm going to drink a bit more water and we'll start. We'll be here for medieval time from now on. Awesome. So, if you have a water sign, sun, moon, or rising, it's for you when you see it. Gonna channel my typical spiel. Gonna channel my spirit guides and angels and source. Flow with the messages coming through. If it's for the highest good for your spirit guides to chime in as well. If it's for the highest good of the reading and everyone here and all our systems, and it works and it's at the right vibration for the reading, not that spirit guides can be low vibe, then they'll chime in. So let's dive in here. They're showing a fish out of water for starters. They're also showing me like the rainbow fish, which I think is like a book where there's like this fish with like rainbow scales and he's all like, I'm a special fish. But really what we're getting to first here, let me see where they'd like to go with the fish out of water. There might be certain areas where you feel like a fish out of water right now or will in the future as you're like moving forward, but it's actually the right move. So it's like maybe you're trying something new, for example, in a business, or you're dating someone that's a type you don't typically date, or you're trying a new job. You're like, I don't know if I'm messing everything up. And I feel like it's actually the right move though. They're showing that fish that like flops across land to get to other ponds. I forget what it's called. And you might kind of be in that transition, but it doesn't mean you're in the wrong spot. It just means you're learning something new, learning the ropes, starting something new. And you could become an expert in that field, in this thing you feel feel like a fish out of water in, even if it's not familiar right away, or it feels out of your comfort zone, or you're not used to it. Don't like pigeonhole yourself because something feels unfamiliar or maybe even uncomfortable because it's new. Keep trying is what I'd say. It's like the right move. So that's the first thing with the rainbow fish, and there's an eel showing up here. There's like they're about to start singing like a whole under the sea musical number with all the fish and things showing up here. But let me see what the message is next they'd like to get to here. I think I haven't read the rainbow fish since I was a wee lad. I remember sitting around in like second grade, this teacher reading the rainbow fish to us, or maybe it was kindergarten, I don't know. But I remember someone telling me that the premise of the book was this fish who had these majestic, like rainbow shiny scales, and he just like gave all his scales away to everyone else, so everyone else could feel special. But I feel like the message for you with this is not to do that in some way. And there was like a particular meeting they had, and I need to like ask them to give it to me again, or sit with it a second as it comes back around here. So something along the lines of not giving everything that's yours away to other people, not like over giving, because you're kind of, meant to stand out or shine where you're meant to stand out or shine, or you're meant to like be special if you're special, you're not meant to like dim that down or give it away to others because other people are upset, because it's like they're special in their own way. They have every capability or opportunity to make their life great. If it's someone who's like, I know there's certain people in situations where it's like they're special needs or, other things that go on, and that's just, they're on a different path, and they're probably hopefully having the experience that's right for them. It's one thing if you feel called to intervene on behalf of someone who can't speak up for themselves. But that's not what we're talking about with this reading. So within reason, of course, with the realm of the message, make sure you're not over giving away things that are for you, passing by opportunities because you're afraid of what people will think if you take this opportunity and have a bunch of money or whatever like that. I get a lot of messages like that. I don't know if I do all the time, but I feel like I've said this to you before in the water signs, or maybe it was a different sign at a different time, but you're kind of meant to be the rainbow fish in whether it's a big in every area, or it's a certain area, or it's a certain skill you have. You're not necessarily meant to be like everyone else. And if the rainbow fish kind of owned its magic and power in the world, it would probably do what it was meant to do and stand out, and maybe people hated him for it, but that's their own burdens and junk and wounds that they need to look at, and they should probably just I don't know, stay in their own lane, live their own life, worry about themselves, make themselves magical in their right. Because a rainbow fish also can't go and like electrocute people like a moray eel, or whatever, the electric eel, if I got the eels wrong. A rainbow fish can't like pinch stuff like a lobster. Rainbow fish can't leap out of water in the same way as like a flying fish, or it can't, build a little rock fort like an octopus probably. So, you kind of get the gist of the message by now. Don't dim your light for others. Don't give everything that's yours away. Don't overgive right now. Keep a balance with it. And there's a way to give and help the world without completely draining yourself, completely like giving away things you're not supposed to give away. No matter how compassionate your heart is, you also have to have compassion for yourself and self-awareness with that, to realize there's a balance with that. And if we were all to give away everything all the time, we'd all kind of have nothing is like weirdly what I'm hearing. That might not sound like what that should be. You might be like, oh, if we all gave everything to each other, we'd all have what the other gave to ourselves. But that's also not really the healthiest way that could go, as far as like healthy boundaries, healthy sense of self, and approaching life in a healthy way. And it might not work in the same ways like you'd think it would if we were all just giving everything away all the time. It may or may not work, but it would probably be unhealthy, is something I'm getting as well. Next thing they'd like to get to here is there, again, we already said it, but I'm going to say it more specifically. There are things you are meant for. And if you think of the rainbow fish analogy, those shiny scales might be something that's necessary for you and your purpose. And if you give all that away, or you dim yourself down from that, like how are you supposed to fulfill this purpose if you no longer have like those tools or those things you need to be that thing that fulfills that purpose? So keep that in mind as well. Like you might be of service to the world by owning your power. Well, you are, by owning your power and that's, or by owning what's special about you and putting that to work in your purpose, rather than thinking you don't deserve it, you're not worthy of it, people hate you for it, or whatever you're worried about. Or maybe it actually is true, but whatever, they can deal. That's kind of a people pleaser thing, to dim yourself down because other people might feel bad, or whatever. So I know I'm like really on this topic right now, so hopefully this is helpful and something you need to hear right now, or just for the future. But your purpose might entail you being special in somehow, or owning this unique value of yours and not just like denigrating it. You get it by now. Next thing we'll get to here is like a wave of change. We've had message about this like a lot. I feel like you're currently on one. I do feel like it's headed towards a good place. Just ride the waves. The universe is sending waves your way, whether it's like events that cause change to ripple through your life, or changes you need to make, changes in the roster of the people in your world, friends or people you're hanging out with, or work people or work buddies or whatever, situations in your life, like work situations or whatever is going on. Like there might be a change in like these waves that happen. Where were they going with this one? It's like to get you to go somewhere. There's like a purpose to it. It's not just like, oh, you feel good now, time to wreck your world. It's more like, hey, things can be better. Like, let's keep going. It's like, hey, like I'm sending you this wave to ride it, to get you to the next phase of your life where things are great, or to get you this thing you need to have so you can accomplish this thing, all that jazz. But the waves are here to help. Try not to see them as like, oh, great, another wave of change, another thing happening. Oh my God. It's just like, I don't know. You might even feel called to get excited. Like, oh, I wonder where this is headed. Like, I wonder what this is going to bring me. That's great. Once certain like changes present themselves, or you feel like everything's changing or turning over. So keep that in mind here, because the next thing they're showing me with these waves of change is someone who's kind of like, this doesn't look as, we'll talk about it, someone's like washed up on shore. Like the waves are like lapping on the beach. Like they rode this wave on their surfboard, and the wave kind of got them onto shore, and maybe they're just like laying there resting or something like that. Or maybe like the current of water took them to this land, and this new land is what I'm getting. You are meant for the new, you are meant to go to new land. That's where you're being taken currently. Or even if it's similar to your current circumstances, it could be new things coming into your world. And that's what the waves of change bring, is people or things serving into your world. So take that as it resonates. But you have a lot of opportunity with the new coming in, or that you are led to through the change that's happening. And, you know, maybe without these changes or these things, like things might stagnate a little bit, or you might get bored, or you wouldn't be as happy as you thought you'd be, is what I'm hearing as well. So take this as an opportunity. And what I'm hearing is to get excited for what it's leading towards. And again, don't think things are always meant to stay the same, because they're not here. Next thing, they're showing me this clam here. One thing about clams or oysters that I learned, and I have had trouble eating clams or oysters ever since, and you know, I have gone on and off in my life and going more plant-based, eating more, you know, animal products, depending, like I do my best now to just like, what does my body need? And I've checked in, and I'm getting slightly off track here. Sometimes I am guided to eat the chicken, and I know a lot of the vegans here are probably cool and not like judgmental like that. And you probably would have like realized I eat meat by now and scrolled away anyways. But like sometimes I check and I'm like, nope, you got to eat the chicken. Like, nope, your body wants this. I'm like, okay. And like, you know, you could do things like just thank you for the life you live. Thanks for being food for me. You know, things like that. Thank you for nourishing me. Like there's a way you can approach it that's still of consciousness, I'd say. And the other thing that but anyways, I don't know, ever since I saw that picture of the oyster with eyes, it freaked me out, and I can't eat oysters the same or whatever. Let's get back to the oysters and clams though here with like the multiple eyes. There is a big awareness expansion like energetically for you. So you might be picking up on a lot more. Like there's like a super boost to awareness. So you might become self-aware of things you didn't realize you were doing. You might become aware of like what needs to change in your life. This could also be the wave of change, is this awareness boost or booster where you're like, oh, I wasn't aware of how this thing I was doing was impacting me before. I got to change this, or I need to do more of this because I feel so good whenever I do this. So just pay attention is what I'd say. Like your awareness is expanding, and it's going to lead to a lot of change, just because that can happen where you become aware of something. You're like, oh, that needs to change. Or you become aware of something like, oh, I need to do more of that, or, you know, whatever. Or sometimes you become aware of things. You're like, oh, that's perfect. I didn't realize how perfect that was, that this is in my life. I love this thing so much. Glad I gained that awareness that I love this person, this situation. I'm just going to relish this while it's here. Or maybe it stays your whole life, you know, but it doesn't have to leave. It's weird because I'm seeing a lot more eyes around you, but it's like they're like looking out for you. Just like seeing more. So it's like having eyes in the back of your head, but in a positive way, or eyes seeing all around you where you're seeing what's going on. And could be your intuition expanding as well, energetic expansion, channeling, whatever it is for you. We're just gonna be seeing more, whether you're literally like intuitively seeing more, or you're noticing more, or it's like metaphorical where like energetically seeing more or feeling more, you know, whatever, in an aligned way. So that's cool, actually. I feel like the universe is really looking out for you. Like, I don't know if this makes sense or is how this works, but I'm hearing a weird phrase like the universe has a lot of awareness on you to help you out and like on your situation. And it always does, of course. The universe is never like me dumb and don't know what's going on ever. You might think it does sometimes, but it doesn't. That's not how it quite works, of course. But it's like you have like extra awareness around you or extra focus on your situation, and is to help you out, is what I'm hearing, which is really cool. So universe is looking out for you, especially if you're doing work on yourself, bettering yourself as a person, or doing work to better others in the world, or you're on your purpose and mission right now. Or even if you're not, I feel like the message is like universe is looking out for you here, and maybe working out for you, because that kind of started to slip through. I also am getting like you're on the right path with all that. So most of you, I just feel like you're going in the right ways. Next thing they're showing me is this airplane. And this airplane is like dodging obstacles in the sky. I don't know if you've ever seen the videos of airplanes, and they kind of have to like fly through a city to like get to the airports, and they're kind of like banking through like these skyscrapers, and not like hitting them, of course, but around them. I do feel like you're dodging obstacles right now with your direction, with the way spirit is guiding you. So you might feel like you're called on a detour here, but you're actually like overcoming a huge obstacle, or like dodging a huge obstacle, or missing a huge obstacle that would have been like a huge burden for like a month or maybe longer if you hadn't had that detour. So weird message you're missing all the right things to miss. Like you're dodging the obstacles. And I feel like Spirit's keeping your path clear so you can get to where you need to go with ease and grace, and it's not so much of a burden, or you're not crashing, or anything like that here. Showing me Titanic right here as well, the ship that famously sank after striking an iceberg. They're just saying you're not the Titanic, you're not meant to sink, and your trajectory is not one of the Titanic where you're going to crash or go down. And if you have any issues, you're going to be okay, is what they're saying. But some of you are worried about completely sinking, and you're not going to, is what I'm hearing. Next thing showing up is deer. There's like a big buck showing up in my intuitive visuals, like deer spirit animal. He's leaping over fences. He's running away from like hunters. He's like actually running like outside of nature though, is like what they're showing. So like what I mean by that is like he's running out of the woods, and all of a sudden he's like more in civilization and things like that. So let me see what's up with this here. I get a weird message like you're escaping from everything that's wrong, which I'm not saying nature is wrong, hunters are wrong. I'm not saying any of that's wrong, but you might just be escaping from the things that are wrong for you. Like maybe this buck is just not meant to be shot and God has a plan for it. Maybe it's meant to be a sign for someone driving down the road. Maybe it's as simple as that, but it's probably bigger, in some way. But God wants to keep this buck in this visual alive. And so he's leaving the wrong area where it's hunting season and going to places where he can't get shot, necessarily. And he's able to like munch on grass and like this plot of land that no one's done anything with in years. And he's kind of safe, like maybe in this park that people are walking around in. So it's almost like you're getting into a safe zone and escaping from things that are going wrong or that could go wrong. So I think that's good, actually. Anything else with this here? I think the other thing is like you just don't need to worry is what I'd say regarding all of that here. They want to bring back corn. They're bringing one more message back with corn here. And what's up with the corn here? Kind of the same message for like the earth signs, I think, where it's like above average or being put into the spotlight. Like don't be afraid of the spotlight. Like try to relish it. Try to utilize it for the highest good for yourself and others. Try not to shy away from it if the universe is putting a spotlight on you, because it's like you're meant to shine. You're probably meant to be there as well. So if you're getting more attention or people are reaching out to you for help or for your work or whatever you do, just like receive that is what I'd say. And if it's uncomfortable for you, work through that. You're meant to shine is what I'm getting with that one here. And you're not meant to like be with the crowd. You're meant to be your own person who shines in your own unique way. So I almost want to say like make sure you're standing out as well, and maybe not just doing what everyone else is doing, or make sure you're not just following the crowd. That's not really the message. It's, let me see if they'll give a better summary. Listen to your gut on this, but you're meant to shine in a unique way and not be like everyone else. So that makes sense. I guess that makes sense with the rainbow fish thing we just said earlier as well. I feel like there's one more message though. They're showing me this lobster. They're showing me this scorpion. And it's weird because those creatures are kind of similar, but they're also really not at the same time. Like they have a similar build. They both have like the 6 legs. They both have like a tail, even if the tails are different and have different uses. They both have the little like things, claws. And what's the message with this one here? This is going to sound a little bit obvious as I start, but hopefully it's going to make more sense as I keep talking. But it's like not everything is the same. I'm hearing this song. I think it's from like Elmo's World or like Sesame Street, where it's like one of these things is not like the other. And it's like, I think for kids, it's like noticing like what doesn't belong in this group of items. And they're showing this like scorpion in a lobster costume a little bit, or it's like you're kind of like looking at these like things like, oh, there's a lobster here, there's a lobster here. And then there's like a Scorpio, maybe it's about a Scorpion in like a lobster costume. And you're like, oh, that's fine. But it's like the one thing you need to take care of. It just, so what is this about? Let me sit with this for a second here. I'm going to say this, and hopefully it makes sense to you. Try not to lump everything that's similar into the same group in your life. So an example I'm getting is like, oh, like all Scorpio. Which I know some of you watching this are gonna be Scorpios, so you'll resonate with this part. But like, oh, someone might be like, all Scorpios suck, and it's just like not true. There's some really amazing evolved Scorpios, or people who have strong Scorpio placements, and it's like important not to just lump them in with all the Scorpios you've ever met before, and lump them in with all this other group of people, or like I don't know why this is the example that comes through, but it's like, oh, a white male, they're going to be like this, and they're going to watch American football, and and it's like, maybe, but also like, maybe not. It's like they could be something that's a little bit different than what is typically they're grouped in with. So pay attention to rare opportunities, people, situations that might not be readily apparent because they look like something else, but they're actually something completely different. Let me see if there's a way to like get more specific so you can see it a bit better in your life if you're not already seeing like what this means. But it's like maybe there's like a person that shows up for you to date, and there's things about them that remind you of past people, but they're actually not like those past people, if that makes sense. And intuitively you're getting there fine, but it's like tempting to write them off because it's like, oh, it's another one of these people, who does this thing. But it's like that they might be like the exception to that. Or you might get an opportunity where it's like, oh, another 9 to 5. It's going to be just like the last one, or it's going to be just like my friend said their 9 to 5 is like. But it's like if you feel into it, it's like, oh, actually that feels really good, and it's going to give me money to do this thing. Oh, this might be the right path. So it could also be about yourself, where you think you're like everyone else, but you're actually like the exception. So it could be like the example that's coming to me, like maybe you're a reader and you think you're like everyone else who does readings, but you're not. And like you need to put yourself out there anyways, even if there's like a lot of people doing it, or that's not like the perfect way to say this message, but you might think you're like everyone else, but you're not, is like another way I'm hearing this. So really try not to write yourself off. Try not to write everything off right away if it looks like something else, because like go a little bit deeper with some of the opportunities showing up or people showing up. Because you might surprise yourself or be surprised when you see the truth, like, oh, this isn't a lobster, this is a scorpion, and I could do this other thing with it instead of trying to eat it. I don't know, whatever people do with lobsters. And lobster or scorpion might be a weird example, but just try not to lump everything in the same group. I believe I'm done. There's like a lion showing up here saying to be brave, have courage, move forward, even like move towards your dreams, like take leaps of faith. A lot of that going around right now, I guess. Make sure you're not pigeonholing yourself out of fear. Make sure you're not paralyzing yourself out of fear, or do your best to overcome that. Like there's a lot of good stuff on the other side of change, taking action, taking leaps of faith you're called to or know you're supposed to take. But courage might be some of the name of the game. Like, for example, you might be afraid of getting on camera to do social media, but it's like what your project needs. And it's going to help a lot of people if you do it. And if you're willing to be brave and take that leap of faith, have courage, put effort into that, you might become a natural on the camera in a year, if you're putting content out there. Or you might realize there's nothing to be afraid of, but it takes that bravery of the first step to overcome that and see what you can do. So hope that helped, resonated, do whatever is for you guys good. I might do a full channel mode message again. We had one earlier on, for anyone just showing up, we had the season special that was kind of like about the next 3 months, like autumn in the Northern Hemisphere, spring in the Southern Hemisphere. And so we did a reading and we did a whole full channel mode on that. So this is going to be up on YouTube as long as there aren't any technical difficulties. You can go back and watch that if you want to. But we're going to do one more full channel mode message, and then we'll see what to do next. You're welcome, guys. You're welcome, Lady Starlight. Thank you, random. That's your name, random ordinary person. You're probably not a random ordinary person. Thank you, little Mandy Dandy. That hit so much. Perfect. Glad to hear it. You're welcome, Crystal Kelly. Perfect. Hit the spot right on. Awesome. You're welcome, Orbit Girl. I'm going to take a quick breather and just hang out. Have to catch the replay. I came in late. No worries. Maybe those were supposed to find you, at the right time instead of right now. And they'll make more sense in a day or a couple of days or whenever you catch it. Or, maybe you're just meant to catch what you caught. Weekend's going well. Excuse my voice. I taught a class yesterday, which went fantastic. I really loved how that went. And it was one of my, it's a series of classes, but it is one of my favorite things to teach. And I always feel really great after doing it, which is fantastic. So that was great. And now I'm doing this today, and I'll, so this is good. Yeah. How's your guys' weekend going? Tell us more about upcoming classes. Sure. So we've got 4 angelic fires, and I'll have to explain what that is. I believe it's October 14th. It's a Saturday in like a couple weeks here. I believe it's a Saturday. I'll have to double check that. Should be a Saturday. That is the first class for a modality I was given, channeled through given. And that has had like super amazing feedback. And I taught I'm really excited about it, honestly, with the feedback and what people are saying about it, the results people are getting with it. That I've heard about. And so the first class for that modality is the 4 angelic fires, and there's more after that. There's 3 currently total, including that one, but there's going to be at least one more. And I believe the 4th one will be the last one, but sometimes they surprise me and add things in. We'll see. But that's like energy healing. So that's like a really potent energy healing modality that's I've found to be really cool, really effective for people who are, receiving it, who are learning how to work with it, or working with it rather. And when I do sessions with it, people are like, man, that was really effective, is usually what I hear afterwards. So I'm super excited about that. Then we have the 3rd class for that modality at the end of the month, which is the 30th, Saturday, or is it, maybe it's a different, I think it's the Saturday the 30th. And it could be a little bit off. It could be a different day, but it's Saturday for sure. And that's the 3rd fire for that. Or sorry, 3rd. There's like multiple fires in that class actually, in all the classes. But that's the 3rd class for that modality. So if you're here and you've taken the 2nd class for that modality, which is you'll know who you are. That's coming up this month if you're interested. If that calls to you, if you feel like it's the right time for you. So, but no pressure on that. And I don't have any other classes scheduled right now, but the month after, I'll probably do another like intro to channeling class, which has to do with, learning how to channel. If you've just started like going further, like how to grow your gifts in like a safe held space for people to practice their gifts and kind of come out of their comfort zones with it as well, to just see what they can do and then take that experience forward and bring that into their life. And, so that's coming up probably in November, but I haven't scheduled it yet. And we'll see what else I'm guided to schedule for November. But that's what I have right now. So yeah, that's what I got going on right now as far as classes. So yeah, if you feel called to it. Oh, that'd be cool. I've had a lot of fun teaching the intro to channeling class. I've had a lot of fun teaching it. I've really loved teaching it, and just getting to see people unveil their gifts and channel has been a real treat and like a real joy to watch. Either see people do things they didn't realize they could do, or take it further, or so I've really enjoyed that as well. So. Do the people that normally take your channeling class, are they able to channel after your class? So most people are able to like take that and move forward with it and like channel for themselves. There are people who started channeling for themselves or doing things, and then they take the class and they can take it further, either with the experiences they had or, however it works out, and they're able to kind of, it gives them something they needed to just take it to the next level or to start moving forward, or it gives them a puzzle piece that helps them. Some people will come back and be like, hey, like I really love the class. and I've noticed XYZ. I don't know if like channeling is my thing. I'm like, okay. But their intuition might start showing up more in like different ways that are for them as well, with their gifts, or, you know, they might have different results that show up for them. Cause there's, so let me see here. If those people are, you know, most people, if they take the class, if they're willing to put the work in, they can channel is what I'd say, if not everybody. So I just really sit with like, do I feel drawn to this? Does this feel right for me to take this class? Is this something that, you know, feels like it's the next step for me? And if so, like, awesome, you can jump on it. And if you don't feel like it's the right time, or you're not sure, that's okay. You can hold off for right now. Or maybe it's just not the right time for you. Abundance, love, joy. Yeah, abundance, love, joy is there. Love the, and they're saying, she's saying, love the intro to channeling class, and I'm still practicing. Awesome. And I'm glad you loved it. And I actually loved hearing your emails back about it as well. For sure. I remember those. So, and the class right now, let me see, because I've gotten some signs I need to like change the pricing on it. I'm still sitting with that, honestly. So I'll get back to you on that once I've had a second to like, talk with them about it and get the right price, for that. Lady Starlight saying, hoping there is maybe one more message for Water or the collective. There will be a full channel mode message probably, unless they're like, no, you've done too much, you need to stop. But I was thinking we were going to do one. So, oof. Oh, just 1 second, just stretching. I've been sitting in this chair for 3.5 hours, doing whatever I've been doing. Yeah, no, that'd be awesome, Dana, but, you know, no pressure. I'm sure like the right people will show up at the right time for that or whatever else, you know, I put out there. So not too worried. Okay, I guess it's time for the full channel mode message. This might be short and sweet, honestly, because it's already been like 3.5-ish hours. We've already done a ton of readings and another full channel mode at the beginning. So, and I don't know why they're telling me to give myself a little bit of grace with this, but okay, whatever's going to happen, I'm going to give myself a little bit of grace with this. And if you're ready, for anyone, I don't know if you guys need me to delve into my spiel about it, but I'm channeling my spirit guides, angels, and sources, like the simplified way I say it. But the name my spirit guides gave themselves for me, which they were at first like, we don't have names up here, but then they gave me a name anyway, the Angelic Collective of Source, the Angelic Collective of Zorbital is what they said, but Source is included in that in a way, because it's all of Source, you could say, and coming from that place, and I'm getting Source joins in on the channel, so. And, there's a lot of different things channeling can do. There's the words and the message coming through, There's the energetic transmission that works for the highest good, like energetically, which I guess I wasn't supposed to mention that time. So, oh, well, I mentioned it. How does it get any better than that? And then, it can help with some other things as well. So they just want me to start and we could see what happens for you. Welcome to this channel message for the collective. This collective showing up here for you when you see it. The rubber meets the road is our next theme for you, following these readings, following our previous channel if you watched this, or if you are just watching this on a whim as the first thing you clicked on. The rubber is meeting the road for this collective, for forward movement, for change, for things you've been asking for. Sometimes it can seem a bit like people are spinning tires on loose gravel in certain periods of their life in the collective. And those time periods matter. To get a car unstuck from the mud, if you've ever seen those videos or encountered those things in your own life in the physical, can be just as important as ripping down the highway 80 miles per hour plus to your destination. For if you do not get your car unstuck from the mud, if you do not get off of that loose gravel that is tricky for your car to exit, if you have ever had that experience on too loose of a gravel, then you don't really have the car or the vehicle. So those periods of getting unstuck, those periods of working through the mud, those periods of the tires slipping on the gravel as you attempt to gain traction, you may be gaining things from those experiences that help you to go forward, or there can be divine timing with the way things play out, where if you are slipping and tripping and you are revving the engine to get the tires out of the mud and you're putting the planks down and it's taking time to get certain things going in your world or your life, perhaps if you were to get to your destination too soon, things would not be ready for you, or you would not be ready for them. For example, if you were trying to build a business and build a large clientele, you might not be ready for 1 million followers and a huge inundation of a constant wait list of clients month after month after month, especially if the business you're starting turned out to be not the right direction for you long term, but rather a segue or detour that got you to the right thing, or a stepping stone on your path. If you were to be inundated with followers in this example and get a ton of bookings for a particular service or offering, and then you were stuck doing that for a year or two because your scheduler was open for the next 5 years and 1 million people booked, and now you're stuck doing that, you might have missed your path for a certain amount of time, at least, when you were supposed to turn left after a month of doing it, a year of doing it, 6 months of doing it. So you might be up on yourself when the rubber does not hit the road, but that could be your divine protection. That could be exactly the way things are meant to be. We say this so you don't beat up on yourself for the past. We say this so you don't beat up on yourself right now. And we say this because the rubber is going to meet the road. The time to move forward is now. The time for grip for the collective to move forward is now. So the waiting game is over in a lot of areas. The waiting for yourself is over in a lot of areas. You're going to get the things you need to move forward. That is our first message for you. Very important for this crowd. Some of you get impatient. Some of you wait and wait and wait and wait. But it's an action period now, or it will be soon. The next thing we'd like to get to is that you are going higher. We've said this already. We've said this in channeled newsletters. We've said this in the readings previously. It's time to go higher. Things are not going to stay in the same patterns at the same level all of the time. You have to be willing and ready for your life to change, to go higher. You have to be willing to let go, to allow the shift. Allow the shift. Because to go higher, you must leave the previous level behind. You must leave your previous way of being behind, in small ways, sometimes in major ways, sometimes in medium ways. Sometimes you don't feel any different, but everything around you is different, and you have to act different accordingly to match those surroundings and navigate your, at that point, current situation appropriately and in the right ways. We say this so you don't expect the same things over and over again. We say this because the elevation is here. A lot of the things you've been waiting for are here. You might not see it yet, but they could be on the other side of the next shift, the next wave of change, the next moment you decide to change something, the next leap of faith. And we are proud of you for the progress you have made. In all of that, and of yourself, any of you who've been raising your vibration, you know who you are. Some of you who have worked through hell and back. Some of you who've worked through really, really difficult circumstances. We are proud of you for coming this far. We are urging you forward because it's time to go higher. It's time to get out of hell for those of you who feel like you've been going through that. The energetic shifts that are occurring are going to diminish the metaphorical, of course, hell on earth. Going to diminish that experience for those who are doing the work. This is not spiritual bypassing. We're not saying, oh, you will never have to do any ounce of work on yourself ever again. We were just saying the energetics are supporting those who are doing the work on themselves, for others in the world, those who are following their paths. Some of you might be, yeah, blah, 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 energetics, blah, blah, blah. But I've suffered a lot. Maybe you have. But does that have to be your future? Does that have to be your story? Are you ready to let that go? Do you want to carry that with you forever? We have great compassion for those who suffer. But you don't need to drag your suffering into the future either. You don't have to keep going through hell because you've been through hell. That is really what we are saying. And the energetic shifts are also saying, you don't have to keep going through hell. Here's a hand from your spirit guides, from your spirit team, from the angels. Whether that looks like something in the physical, reaching out a hand to help you, or as etheric support. It's time to go higher. Time for the help to come in. So to the best of your ability, let go of your suffering. Let go of your past stories. Allow the story to be rewritten. Allow your future story to be different and to be rewritten. You are not caught in a loop. You are not caught in a loop of hell. And you never were. It's time to up level. For those of you who feel like you're not going through much, or can't pinpoint a hellish experience, great. Things will get better for you too. The energetics are supporting those who are doing the work. And we say that to encourage you towards that. One more thing we'd like to get to before we wrap this up, before we're done here. Don't give up. That might sound simple. That might sound lame to some of you. It might sound like we should say more. There's not much more to say with every single thing. Don't give up. This does not mean don't course correct. This doesn't mean don't redirect. It just means keep going. You never know what's right around the corner or the next couple corners. You never know when it's going to get better. And sure, some of you intuitive, you channel, you'll know. You'll get that message like, oh, this month, this is going to turn around. Oh, money abundance is coming. Great. However, sometimes life still surprises you. Sometimes. And the moment you give up or consider giving up could be the moment before you turn that corner and see the prize. Or you see the last stretch. Or you see the finish line. And when it comes to personal transformation, many of you are crossing a finish line into the higher you, at least to the next steps for you. So don't give up. We are closing this now. We are wishing you well. We are wishing you beautiful shifts and changes. And we know the rubber will meet the road. So don't give up. And let your story be rewritten. May the highest and best transpire. We're signing out for now. The Angelic Collective of Orbital and Source. P.S. You are worthy. Farewell. Oh, thank you. 333 light and love. That means a lot. I really appreciate it. But you're welcome, Stephen Hill. Bless you. You're welcome, Malera. You're so welcome. Thank you for letting me know. Got me in tears. Yeah. You're so welcome, guys. You're so welcome. And someone said they truly needed to hear it. I'm so glad it got to you. Oh, thanks, Andy Pandy Pie. Resonates so much. Perfect. So glad to hear it. So encouraging. Perfect. You're welcome. Thank you. You're so welcome, DBR. Thanks, LC. Can't wait for the replay. Heck yeah. That means a lot, and I'm glad to hear it. Okay. Oh, thank you, Ashley. Yeah, you're welcome, guys. Oh, you're welcome, Cindy. Thank you. So a couple things. What I am getting to do is I sometimes end the lives, and I might do it more often, we'll see, with energy healing infused guitar, like Reiki infused guitar. And it might even just be like 10 minutes just to either help integrate or just to help close it out for the highest good. So I'm probably going to do that in a second. I know we've been going for a while, but it's what I'm getting to do. So I'm going to trust it. I needed that. Thank you. You're so welcome. Oh, you're welcome, Tin Dun. Thank you. Before I delve into that, if you liked this live one, I'm going to keep doing these. I'm going to keep doing these lives, of course. So I'll be back next week, Sunday, of course, 3 p.m. There are some ways to go further with my work if you feel called to it, if that feels right to you. You can see that on my website. There's I've got channeled MP3s you can download with like long form channel messages and channel guided meditations or channel guided exercise to help you out. Like there's the red package, which is meant to help like root chakra and bringing stability into your world. There's some other ones like Create the Highest and Best Day for You, which is something you can listen to at the start of the day to help kind of boost your day. And the intention is it helps you create the highest and best day possible for yourself. And it's not necessarily a guarantee like every day is going to be amazing, but it's meant to help move that direction or improve your life over time if you feel called to it and called to work with it. And there's also a monthly membership I have that you can sign up for if you feel called to it as well, with long form channel messages like that and channel guided meditations like every month, as well as a deep dive on the month ahead each month. And then I have classes you can sign up for, but that's it. So if you're drawn to that, awesome. I'll still see you on TikTok, on the lives, on the other places anyways. Any word on that orange package? I'm working on it. I'm working on it. I realize it's been a few months since I announced it, and it's been a few months since the red package. So apologize. It's taken time to get that out, but one of my next tasks for sure is my plan. And that's it with that. I'm gonna start guitaring here. And so again, I'm going to take just a second to I'm going to grab my guitar. I'm going to make sure it's in tune. I'm going to set the intentions for the energy healing. What's the orange package? So I just kind of, there was the red package that I just kind of mentioned, which is 3 channeled MP3s to help and heal your root chakra and bring stability and help manifest stability. Orange package is going to be for the sacral chakra. So 3 channeled MP3s, for the sacral chakra. So, and that's supposed to have a direct channeling session that brings information that's helpful, but also the energetic transmission that directly works for that and for the areas of your life, related to that, and channel guided meditation, and a third one as well. So that's what that is. It probably took me that many months to integrate the red package anyway. That might be why it's taken this long. But thank you for the feedback as well. Red one was amazing. Awesome. Thanks for the feedback, Lola and Jessica and Andy Panty Pie. So appreciate it. And your willingness to comment it here, in front of other people means a lot too. So thank you for the shout out, I suppose. I did not mention when it's coming out. I don't have a date, but I'll let you know when it's ready for sure. But yeah, I'm very much looking forward to that. I have had, what's the best way to say this? Trouble finding the right way to get the sound right, if that makes sense, where I'm happy with it going out there as an MP3. that people are buying and listening to over and over again, but I think I can get that pretty soon here with some of the work I've been doing. So just because I've moved around a little bit the past couple months, as part of that. So okay, I'm going to start the guitar. For anyone just tuning in, we've gone through. We're kind of at the end here, so we're just going to do energy healing infused guitar music. We did, but the whole live will be uploaded on YouTube, assuming there weren't any technical difficulties in the next couple days. So, yeah, I'm sorry if you missed it, but hopefully that's just you finding it the right time for you in the next couple days or whenever you view it, or things like that. So. Okay, so give me 1 minute just to make sure this is in tune, friends. Yeah, we're good. Well. Close enough. Okay, I'm going to take a couple of seconds to just set intentions, and I'll probably do that aloud, so don't mind me doing that. But give me 1 second. So I'm going to call upon Reiki, which I kind of already have, but I'm also going to call upon Me, which is another modality, and any other healing energies that would be for the highest good from source to flow along with this guitar music and the music that plays. And my intention is that just as whatever is for the highest good for each of you respectively only does work that's for the highest good, and helps bring you to the highest and best place for you to be brought to regarding this. I'm going to ask the angels to watch over it, ensure only what's for the highest good occurs, divinely protect the session, and just bring about whatever shifts would be for the highest good at this time with, whatever amount of ease would be best for each of you. And we will start here. And you could set the intention to receive what's for the highest good for you to receive. You can set the intention that only what's for the highest good comes your way, of course. And let's start. I'm gonna readjust though, really quickly so you can see what's going on here. Sort of. I'm going to set some closing intentions. So just going to ask that all the energy healing for that, of course, worked only for the highest good, continues to work only for the highest good for how long it would be for the highest good until any shifts and changes that are for the highest good are completed. As the angels continue to watch over that work and just ensure everything goes in the best directions for each of you, and that work is divinely governed, divinely watched over. And I ask that the angels also finalize any work that's for that could be finalized, seal the work that's for that could be sealed, and otherwise just to make sure everything's for the highest good there. Then we're just gonna boop. So you can come back to the room you're in. You can open your eyes if you were zoned out for that or out of body at all. And I hope that helped. You're welcome, guys. Perfect. I'm glad to hear. Okay. Oh, thank you, Kay. So may whatever healings for the highest good to go to each of you. Go to each of you should you want that, should you wish to receive that. Thank you, guys. You're so welcome. And I believe that concludes this live, and I will definitely take care of myself. I think I'm taking tomorrow off maybe, but we'll see. So you guys have a great rest of your week. You guys have a fantastic may what's for the highest good to occur, and I'll see you next week for this, and I'll see you probably on TikTok and the other platforms, and I'm wishing you guys well. Okay, I am signing out. Okay, sending love.